just to recap then what I've already told you guys is that you've all been travelling on the road for some time, whether by yourself or with each other, or perhaps even with some comrades or definitely not manservants. Not so long ago, while you were travelling, you came across a wine merchant travelling towards the Dragonback mountain range. You heard screams and cries for help, and independently of one another, converge on a scene of wanton destruction. The wine merchant surrounded on all sides by no less than 3 trolls and a raiding party of goblins. You all quickly realise that to overcome this foe, you'd need to band together and fight. There'd be no other way of coming out of this alive. A brutal fight took place. At the end of it all, you stand amongst the fallen bodies of your enemy. The wine merchant stands shaken but grateful. So what we need to do before we start doing anything else at all, I'd like you all, please, to roll a d8.
Shit, hold on.
So we'll go character by character. So, Cologne, what did you get?
6.
So in that fight, you lost 6 hit points. Maris?
5.
I lost.
Oh, sorry, I thought you said Maripos.
No, that's fine. Maripos, you lost 5 hit
Yeah,
points.
sorry.
Maris got an 8.
Ooh, that's 8 hit points lost for yourself. Varric?
8.
8 down for you as well. D7?
5.
I think that was a 5. And Cersei?
6.
And 6 off. So you're all stood with these bodies surrounding yourselves. The wine merchant is stood visibly shaking from the ordeal, not really knowing where to turn or where to look next at this strange ragtag band of adventurers which have stumbled upon his presence.
Can I head over to the wine merchant and just check that he's not been hurt or anything?
Yeah, sure. You head over towards him. He's not physically injured, but he seems to be emotionally scarred from the battle which has just raged all around him. He's too shocked to speak, trying to draw breath as he's coming through a loss of short or sharp intakes of breath. It's almost as though he's on the verge of a panic attack.
Ugh, laddie, it's all right now. Take a deep breath and get you together.
But the wine merchant looks towards you, a little bit confused at who he's looking at. But I think perhaps at this point it might be a good idea to perhaps introduce yourself to the group and what your character is and what you're all about.
Okay. My name is Maris Anvil Grace. I am cleric for the party. So all the...
Maris, can you turn yourself up a bit because you're a bit quiet?
Yeah, 1 second.
Just while Lizzie's doing that, are the bodies intact of the things that we've killed?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they're intact, albeit a little bit bloodied up.
Excellent. Just helps me to make a decision on something.
This is about as loud as I can go. Is that all right?
You were louder earlier.
Oh.
No. That's right.
Is it coming through all right for the recording?
Seems to be picking it up all right, yeah. It's obviously, I don't know until we actually play it back.
Yeah, okay, cool. We'll roll with it. So the wine merchant turns towards you and seems to calm down a little bit. He reaches behind him into his cart with a shaking hand and pulls a large green bottle, which he gently thrusts towards you and just offers it to you in some kind of thanks, but he still can't quite grasp enough breath.
Ah, you're a good lad, you are.
A nervous kind of laugh just escapes his lips as he starts to relax a little bit, realizing that you're not actually a threat to him. But then his gaze turns towards the rest of you who are all.
As the dwarf is talking to the merchant, Kalon is going to walk around the bodies and remove any non-broken arrows he fired during the fight. He'll then make his way over to the dwarf and the merchant and say, "Hello, my name is Kulon. The big guy over there is Varric. Who might you be?"
The wine merchant turns towards you, a bit taken aback by someone of your kind of the way you look, having never come across anybody like you before. He stutters a name and it just simply says, Rolo?
Kulon will bow, basically bend half his body so he's down to his eye and say, "Pleased to meet you."
The wine merchant reaches back to his cart and pulls another dark green bottle out and hands it to yourself as well.
Oh, do I know what that bottle is?
It's just, at the moment, all you know is it appears to be a green bottle of wine.
Are there any caskets on the floor?
Anyone on the floor, sorry?
Are there any caskets, barrels on the floor?
No, they're all inside his cart at the moment.
Varric will walk up behind to the back of the cart and peer in, and will look for a barrel that's full of wine or ale or whatever there is. Take it out and begin to uncork it with his great axe.
With his great axe. Okay, you fairly easily find a barrel of ale. As you pull it, the merchant turns around, sees what you're doing, horror fills his face. He rushes towards you. Please, no, not my wares, I must take them. I must take them to Dragon.
Oi, you! Put it down!
Varric will
Cersei begins to walk towards Varric and gently uses her tail and kind of wraps it around one of his hands so that he stops uncorking it.
Varric will look at him, look at the tail that's now wrapped around his arm, and kind of turn and just go, Varric, friend, save, and places his hand on the merchant's chest, kind of looking at him expectantly.
That may be the case, laddie, but you need to ask his permission first before you go taking his stuff.
Reward?
The merchant turns and looks between you all and starts to gather a little bit more composure of himself. He turns to you and says, My name is Rolo Butterswoon, and I must get my wares through to the village of Stonemire, which is just a short journey. Perhaps I could reward you if you all came with me and made sure that no more creatures came across my path.
How far is this village from us?
Perhaps half a day?
Varric shrugs and goes to put the barrel back. Looks a little bit upset at the fact he can't drink from it, but puts it back. And then looks at everybody and is like, reward?
How much are we talking?
And just pats Varric like on the shoulder.
Varric kind of leans down so you can do it, and he's like, puts his hand on his own chest and goes, Varric, and puts his hand on your chest.
Cersei.
Sissy?
Cersei is fine.
Grins at you and kind of gives you a big cuddle. As in,
Lifted off the air.
Do you want to just describe to the rest of the group what you actually look like?
Varric, you can go first.
Sorry?
You can go first.
Okay, well, Varric is a 9-foot furbolg whose skin is grey bluish, and his fur is a rusty copper colour. Doesn't tend to wear much clothing, but he's wearing trousers just because Cologne told him to. And wanders around with a giant grey axe and has a very dopey expression on his face, constantly, permanently.
Okay, so Cersei is this, Cersei is this a red tiefling who has ashen hair, and she has gold freckles across her cheeks to her bridge of her nose. Right in the middle of her forehead, there is a gold circlet that meets in the middle with a crescent. She's wearing a kaftan of green in color, and it's kind of falling off her shoulder a bit. And where it's falling off, you can see a circle of mushrooms in a tattoo of color from gold all the way to black. Her horns are black until it's light gray to the top, and she is wearing mostly leather armor, carrying a satchel and a scimitar for her weapon.
Awesome, thanks, guys. So, Cologne, you've also been involved in this exchange of your very athletic bow. Do you want to just describe what?
Cologne is a 7'6" tall Goliath with pale grey skin, piercing green eyes. He's covered in tattoos, but they look like they're part of his skin. It's almost a pigment. And he's dressed very simply in robes. He carries a longbow across his back and two Qatar punch daggers sheathed at his hips.
Sweet.
Very nice. So the merchant stands with you guys around him, waiting for an answer to find out whether you will accompany him to.
Cologne will look at the merchant and say, "How much are we talking for this word?"
Well, I can pay you in gold or wine or ale or pretty much any other beverage that you.
As soon as he says gold, you guys notice that the kind of humanoid-looking individual at the back with the netted, netted armor, with the green hair and one bright blue eye. He has been going through the bodies, but as soon as the guy says gold, he just sort of perks up and looks up. And as soon as he looks up, the bald old gentleman with him also looks up.
Well, laddie, if you can get a nice cask of ale, I'll happily escort you to where you need to go.
Thank you. You're too kind. And the rest of you.
Eric, what do you think?
Varric will turn and be like, new friends? Yeah? God, that sound like Yoda. Not quite, but
He's gone from a massive thing to a small green thing.
yeah, sorry. I'm not Yoda.
Maripos just kind of walks over from the bodies. He has a hand outstretched to the guy who we've just saved. Just stretches a hand out to him.
I'll pass you the gold on completion of the journey once I've sold my wine to the ruler at the village to where we need to go. Then I'll have more than enough gold to share amongst all.
Just kind of pulls his hand back and just looks. He turns to the big guy behind him and just says, "Well, come on then, Stephen. I suppose we should take them with us."
D7 has just been banging back. Everything's been going on. And finally ventures forwards, bends down to the merchant and whispers, whatever these decides to do, trust him.
I missed the end of that, Andy. I couldn't quite make it out.
Is that better?
It
Sounds
is,
much
yeah.
happier.
Oh.
I bend down to the merchant and I just say, whatever these decide to do, you can trust in me.
Make a persuasion roll for me.
$17.
The merchant looks up and you go at your form and where, sort of what makes you up and how you look, and a sense of trust almost. You can always see it in his face. And he looks towards you and says, "Very well, I shall trust you. Just for the purposes of everybody else." And do you want to describe what you look like?
Yeah, once I finished eating my hot dog.
Oh, do it while eating. Multitask.
D7 is 6'8", warforged, and he was of the rare envoy class. So he was a trained assassin. He's very secretive and about his background. He wears a long sort of leather coat covering most of his form with a hood and a scarf over the bottom half of his face. So all you can see from beneath the hood are these two faintly glowing red eyes. On his back is a crossbow, and he has daggers and a short sword on his belt.
Awesome, thank you very much. So I think that is everybody has described themselves now. I haven't missed anybody.
I don't think I have.
No, I don't think you have. I think you're quite far away.
Okay, so I am just a dwarf, about 4'4", so just a bit taller than the average one. I've got very bright auburn hair that's slowly braided into my very long beard, something I'm quite proud of. And I'm carrying a mace with me that's always at my side, and armor that I crafted myself. And adorned upon it is an anvil and a hammer, which is a symbol of my god Bane, the Lord of War and of the Forge.
Fantastic, thank you. So I think you've all agreed to accompany the merchant, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome. So on the map now, you should start to see some red circles appearing. That is Stonemire, which is the village that the wine merchant is heading to at the moment. So you can see whereabouts you are on the All Havens. You're pretty much slap bang in the middle of it all. The journey towards Stonemire is reasonably uneventful. It's a bit of a rocky path. It's a bit bumpy, but over the course of that journey, you get to know each other. And you find out a little bit more about each other and where you're from, and you start to bond as a group. As you sort of crest over the top of a hill, you see a village laid out in front of you with the sun burning high in a crisp and cloudless sky. The sound of birds can be heard as you take another step on the road. You've heard that the town named Stonemire is near here, and from there you are hoping that you can earn some coin from the wine merchant. As you continue towards the town, you pass farmers' fields and a windmill, and your attention is taken by a temple of some sort. Outside stands two men, one armed with a large axe and the other armed with a spear and a shield. These two are clearly not trained soldiers. They're wearing hard leather armour, but there's no uniformity between them. The temple which they seem to be guarding is in good repair. However, a large stone boulder has been rolled across the door. The windows have been boarded from the outside, and there is no way into or out of the building. So coming up on the screen in just a second, you'll see a map of the village. And that loads in.
Yep.
Awesome.
Yep.
Nice.
So you'll see, not quite loaded on my screen, that's handy. There you go. You'll see at the top, you've got where it says the Vessel's Temple. That's the temple that's got the boulder rolled across the door. You're coming from the west hand, sort of the west side of that map, so you come past that watchtower, up through the trees, and you've literally just come over that bridge. You can see the sort of town centre ahead of you, and the temple off set up a little bit higher, up towards the north. What would you like to do?
Did the merchant tell us where his actual? Does he actually have a shop in this town, or was he literally going to set up his cart?
Would you like to ask him?
Yes, I asked that question.
Fantastic. The merchant turns to you and says, No. I'm a travelling merchant. I have come to sell my wine to Elwyn Learfer, who is the ruler of this village or this settlement. His mansion is the large house towards the back. He points over the top of the buildings, and you see this building which stands sort of head and shoulders above the others, is much more grand and ostentatious in the way it presents itself. He turns, you said, that's where I'm heading. I'm going to go and sell my wine, and I'll meet you back in the town square in, I don't know, a few hours.
Would you need any accompaniment to that?
No. I've met Elwyn many times. We're good friends. I should be safe here, but thank you to all of you for your help so far. For any of you who've not been given a bottle of wine, he does then give you a bottle, and then heads off towards the mansion to sell his.
I hand my bottle to Varric.
Varric takes it and looks at it, is a bit like, and tries to figure out how to open it, and then eventually just kind of takes his axe and pokes at it. Nothing happens, and just puts it in his bag.
Before the merchant disappears, I just take him to one side and ask, so by what right does this man rule?
He has inherited rulership for this small village. It's a mining town, but I don't know the background and the ins and outs of it specifically.
I nod, and I too walk towards Varric and hand him my bottle, saying, I have no need of drink.
He takes it and goes, thank you, and puts it in his bag. Ooh, like a lizard guy. Varric will be having a party later.
Darcy, what are you doing at the moment?
I'm actually just looking around, like, is there a tavern or an inn? What kind of animals are there in the area? What do I see?
So when you came into the village, you passed the watchtower. To the south of the watchtower is a small farm. You saw some cattle at the farm there. As you came over the bridge, there's a building to the left, which kind of sits on its own. But you kind of guess that's probably some kind of a shop. Ahead of you is just an array of buildings. It's difficult to make out which buildings are which from where you're stood at the moment.
What time is it?
Good question.
It's late morning.
Oh, okay. So there should be people about.
Absolutely. You can hear the hustle and bustle of people going about their sort of day-to-day activity within the centre of the village. But again, from here, you're very much on the outskirts of most of what's going on, so you're not seeing a great deal of people. The only people you do see are those two guards who are stood outside the door.
The one that's holding the spear, I'd like to just go over to him and just, like, correct his stance, the way he's holding it. It's like, you said they're not military trained, so I'm assuming he's probably not holding it exactly how he should be.
No, he absolutely isn't. Make a quick insight check for me.
That's not great. That's a 5.
Okay, as far as you can tell, he's not been trained to use that spear. As you go towards him and you go to put your hands in to correct how he's holding it, do you say anything, or do you just...
I just go, oh no, that won't do. And I just sort of reach to like grab at it.
As you reach towards him, the guard steps back and lowers his spear towards you and demands that you step back and you step away from the temple. The other guard with the axe brings his axe up into two hands and takes a step towards you as well. Not in a way that you think they're going to immediately attack you, but in a way that's designed to try and get you to back off.
As soon as they do that, Stephen rushes between me and them, like puts himself in front as like a human shield. And I just sort of poke my head around Stephen and say, oh yes, that's much better. That's far better posture. Come, Stephen, let's go. And we just turn round and walk away from them, kind of leaving them just confused.
Varric scratches his head at you as you walk back, kind of, huh?
The guards are very confused. They look at one another, exchange a few words. They don't move from their post. They stay exactly where.
Maris walks up to the temple and is like, "Okay, lads, need to pass along now. I am a man of the cloth, and I must enter this temple."
The guards look at each other, look at you, and they just laugh. Look at the door. You can see there's a boulder across it. There's no way you're going to get in there.
Oh, well, you're going to have to move it for me then, aren't you? Are you really going to stop a man of religion getting on with his pilgrimage?
Lord Leofer has demanded that this boulder stay in place until such a time as he comes back from his pilgrimage. That boulder is not moving, and the vessels who are inside are staying where they are.
Varric walks up behind her.
Well, as you can see, both my friend and I, we need to get in. So you can either help us move the barrel, or you can go away.
They look at each other and they look towards. Is it Varric who's come behind you?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. So they look towards you both. You notice that their grip tightens on their weapons, but they refuse to move and reiterate what they've already been told. But they're under strict orders that this temple must stay sealed until Lord Leofer is back from the.
Cologne walks up and says, "Why is the temple sealed? What happened here?"
The guard looks towards you, and they're getting even more jittery now with more of you turning up. It's becoming more of a problem for them, and they're starting to get a little bit nervous. He looks towards you and he says that the business of Lord Leofer is Lord Leofer's and is not to be disseminated to strangers who wander into this village and demand that we open up our temples, and we don't.
Cologne,
To be quite honest, laddie, you're not giving me a good reason to why I can't go in.
Can Ceci check if the how it's sealed, is it magical or is it just physically sealed?
Yeah, you can make an Arcana check, Cersei, and while you're doing that, one of the guards turns back to Maris and simply reiterates again that he stood there under orders from his lord, and that he will not move and will not disobey a direct order from the ruler of this.
Whilst I've been
16.
Was that a 16, Cersei?
Yep, 16.
Okay, you do detect some kind of magic, but you detect it coming from inside the temple rather than being magical or a magical force that's holding the boulder or some other barriers in place. The things that are sealing the temple are very much physical and not magical.
Okay.
Whilst I've been distracted, D7 has sneaked around the side and he appears behind them and places a dagger, one on each shoulder of the guard, and says, "Question, why are you being so unhelpful?"
Okay, let's start with a stealth check on that as you try and sneak your way around.
17.
Yeah, that'll do it. And then you can make an intimidation check with advantage.
With what? Sorry?
With advantage. So you roll your d20
Right.
twice and take the higher.
Yeah. 21.
They both go weak at the knees. They drop their weapons, and you feel the weight go out from underneath them. Not in a way that they're trying to get away from you, but in a way that you have genuinely taken by surprise. They're scared and they're worried, and you can sense that and you can feel that. And they can only reiterate what they've already said, that they're standing guard at the temple doors until Lord Leofer comes back from his pilgrimage.
Varric will turn to Maravis and will put his hand on her chest and go, "You want in?"
Well, it's kind of necessary for me to get in.
And he kind of just looks at you with his dopey expression, nods, and then moves over to the boulder and attempts to move it. Or roll it out the way. Or pick it up or whatever.
Okay, let's have a strength check. D7, I'm assuming you're still holding on to these guards.
Do you choose when I've got a mouthful of hot dog?
How many hot dogs are you eating?
That's what you call DM timing.
He must have somehow activated a web.
I can't reveal all my secrets.
No, my
Mr. DM.
D7's intention was merely to highlight the fact that he could act if necessary, but he had no real intention to harm them. So he's just standing over them, glaring at them with his red eyes.
Okay, give me a quick intimidation check. We'll see how the guards react to you.
Mr. DM,
Yes.
due to my powerful build, do I have advantage or not?
Yeah, go on then.
Well, I needed it, so. Oh, that's better. It's just straight strength?
And I do an athletic.
Athletics, okay, that'd be a 19.
Okay, hold that thought. We'll just wait for what D7 says.
Yeah, I got a 14.
14's enough to keep the guards pinned where they are, purely out of fear. As Varric puts his hand on this massive stone boulder and starts to push. You push and you push. There's every sinew and muscle in your body, and it just will not move.
I turn to Stephen and say, I suppose you better go and help him, Stephen. And with that, Stephen comes over to try and help move the boulder. While they're creating a distraction, I am going to kneel down next to... I'm assuming there's gravestones here?
Yeah, there's a few dotted around.
I'm going to kneel down next to one and just start carving something into it.
Okay. Fine, you crack on then. Varric, you can make another athletics check with advantage.
Okie dokie. 22.
The boulder starts to move, and you push it a little bit more, and you can hear some shouting from inside the temple. It doesn't quite all the way out of the way, but you have now got like an opening, so you can see.
Is it wide enough for Maris to get through?
No, it's maybe half a foot across. Not.
How dark is it inside?
It's not dark inside at all. There are candles lit in there, and so there is some light coming from inside the temple.
I can keep pushing.
Okay, give us another athletics check. We'll assume Stephen's still helping you, so make with advantage as well.
Natural 20, so 25.
Hey, first natural 20 of the game. Lovely.
Nice.
So
Whatever horrible stuff is in there is now coming out.
You dig in, and you really push as hard as you possibly can. In fact, you over push it. The boulder rolls and gathers momentum, and as it does, it smashes into the gravestone that Maripos has been carving into.
Oh no!
It breaks it into tiny, tiny chunks of rock.
Varric looks over and just shrugs and goes, "Not to do. Meant to do. Not meant to do." And kind of looks a bit sheepish, and then turns back to Maris and kind of pushes her slightly towards the entrance, going, "Quickly, kind of get in, leave, go."
Stephen runs over and starts trying to piece the tombstone back together that smashed into pieces. Just trying to help Maripos.
Maris is just standing there watching all this, and he's just like, "Bane, help me. I'm not in the mood today." And then entering the temple.
Okay, so as you go to enter the temple, you're actually greeted by two older men who are coming out of the temple in a real kind of panic state. Just make a quick religion check for me.
Okey-dokey. That is a 16.
16 is good. So you know from obviously your study of religion that across the All Havens, the vessels are the appointed priests of the gods. they're the ones who make sure that the gods are worshipped evenly and appeased evenly to keep the balance of religion in place. You recognize the two that are coming out to be vessels of the gods. And you can tell this from the way they're dressed in some simple linen clothes with a rope belt tied around their waist and no shoes at all, with their heads completely shaved bare. As they come out, they almost run into you in their rush to get out of the temple. And they don't even stop to apologize, pushing past you. They collapse to their knees and start drawing in gulps of this fresh air. They've clearly been stuck inside the temple for a little while.
Varric will turn to the two guards who are currently terrified and go, kind of look angry at them and go, "Prisoners!"
Are there windows in this place?
There are windows, but they were also boarded up. I missed what you said, Varric. Can you say?
Sorry. He turns to look at these the two guards who look like they're kind of collapsed and kind of shouts at them, "Prisoners!"
The guard looks at you and says, no, not prisoners. We didn't even know they were in there. The Lord Leofer, he said we needed to keep the temple secure, otherwise they'd stop him on his pilgrimage.
Well, surely, lads, you would have heard them come from shouting from inside. Why did you not stop to think about this?
We only took over at dawn. We didn't hear anything at all. Please, just let us go out. We'll go back to the village and we'll just pretend none of this is happening.
Varys glares at them, and then he goes over to the two men and gets out his water skin and offers them some drink. It's like, "Hey, get this down here. Take your time and take even breaths."
Cersei uses thaumaturgy and opens up all the windows just so that fresh air can come in.
Awesome, very nice. Yeah, so the windows kind of explode, the bits of board and nail flying everywhere. The vessels gratefully accept the water, and when you look at the one closest to you, you realise he's got a scar going right across his throat, and he kind of bows towards you in a gesture of thanks, but can't utter any words. The other one turns towards you, brings himself to his feet, and says, "God's bless you. You've saved our life. They've had us stuck in there for days. We don't quite know what's going on, but if Elwyn has left the village, then it may already be too late."
D7
axe.
D7 looks at the two guards. His eyes flare even brighter red. He points at both of them with his daggers and says, "If you are lying, I will find you."
Oh, God.
Make an intimidation check.
18.
One of them becomes visibly wet in the groin area. Turns to you and says, "I'm not lying. This is the truth. I do not know why Lord Leofer wants us to guard this temple." The other one is suspiciously quiet and doesn't really say or do anything.
Cersei goes up to that one and uses a tail and wraps it around his neck. And then in thaumaturgy, she makes her voice really, really guttural and asks him, tell me what we don't know."
Make an intimidation roll. You're a scary bunch.
I haven't done anything yet.
You wait.
You don't mess about with monks. Ain't
That's
having
18. 18.
18. Awesome. The other guy turns and looks at you. He says, "All right, fine. Let me go, and I'll tell you everything that you need to."
Varric steps forward, lifting his axe further, and goes, "Speak!"
Cersei, are you releasing the tail or keeping it in place?
No, keeping in place.
While this is happening, can I make my way to the entrance of the temple and actually look in?
Yeah, of course you can. You head over to the temple, you have a look inside, and everything seems to be in order. Everything is well kept. It's very, very simple inside. There's some basic wooden pews, some candles lit, sort of dotted around to provide a little bit of light. And at the front is like a wooden altar with just a simple cloth laid over the top. There's nothing particularly valuable or over the top about this at all. It is clearly a building that is built for a single purpose, and that's what it's used for.
Follow-up question. As I'm looking into the temple, and you said the candles are lit, can I work out roughly how long that boulder's been in front? Has it only been in front for a very short amount of time, or has are there half candles, full candles, that sort of thing?
Make a perception check.
That'll be 18.
So looking around from the candles, you gather that some have been lit for a long while and are probably sort of 2/3 of the way burnt. From that and the way that the boulder took a little while to move and was quite well dug into the ground, and the fact the guard said that they'd changed watch at dawn, you gather that this boulder must have been in place for a good 2 or 3 days.
Okay.
Would I have Cologne look into the temple?
Sorry, say that again. Did you say you want to go into the temple?
No, I'm just asking, would I have Cologne look inside the temple while I'm looking after the vessel?
Yeah, you'd have seen him walk past you, yeah.
Cool.
I wasn't fussed about it. I just walked past everyone and
yeah, that's fine. I turned to the 2 vessels and I asked them, my brothers, just the 2 of you inside. Was there anyone else?
The one that can speak turns to you and says, "No, there's just the 2 of us. We're the 2 vessels that serve the village of Stonemire. We were the only ones in there. There's nobody else in there."
Okay, then.
The guard that's still got Cersei's tail wrapped around his neck looks backwards and forwards between Varric and Cersei before finally letting loose with this barrage of information. He sits there, he says, "Lord Leofer has gone to the Temple of the Gods. He has decided that he should ascend to godhood and sit alongside the Pantheon. He knew the vessels would stop him, so he rolled the boulder in front of the temple door, getting out, and now he's headed up there. He headed up there 3, maybe 4 days ago. You've long missed him, he's long gone, and he's probably well inside the temple now. You're too late to stop him. There's no point in even trying."
I'm going to walk over to the guard who's just spoken, lean down into his face and say, "What do you mean he wants to ascend to godhood? He's just a mortal man."
You can make an intimidation or a persuasion check on whichever one you think.
Well, I'll modify the same on each, so that will be 6. So yeah, I'm about as intimidating as fart in a paper bag.
The guard turns to you, laughs in your face, says, "You Goliaths, you know nothing. Lord Leofer is an elven lineage. He has royalty in his blood, and he will ascend to godhood, take control of the Pantheon, and bring about the unity of the Allhavens properly. Not like the ruling council claim to have done, but he will properly bring about unification of the gods, and he will make the Allhavens even better, even more magnificent than they already are."
Can I do an insight check on this guy? Because I want to see if he's actually been brainwashed.
Yeah, of course you can.
Did you also say that he laughed at Cologne?
Oh yeah, fair point.
Just a little laugh, but yeah, a laugh nonetheless.
Varric places his giant mitt on the guy's head, grabs as hard as he can, and just picks him up, staring at him at point blank range.
Yeah, that was yeah.
"You no laugh."
Just
Make yourself a little intimidation check there, Varric.
Well,
And then we'll see all the insight come up.
I rolled a 16 plus 4, so 20 for insight.
He is coming across as though he genuinely believes what he's saying is true. It's almost as though he's been brainwashed and the words have been put in his mouth and they've almost been said to somebody else, somebody who's perhaps a little bit more upper class with more of an education than he.
Okay.
I got a 15.
The guard you pick up is just petrified with fear and just locks eyes with you and just freeze.
I growl a little bit at him in a deep tone.
He says nothing.
Oh,
The
good.
vessels at this point stand up and thank Maris in particular for the water and gesture towards the temple to welcome you all in to give you somewhere to rest.
Right, I'm done. What have I missed? And you guys turn and see that the whole time this has been going on, Maripos has carved like into the big boulder, just like a large target symbol with 12 dots like placed around it. And then he just comes over. That doesn't really look like he's so much out of breath. He's obviously just been focusing on doing this and hasn't really paid much attention to what's been going on.
I'll tell you what, Maripos. The only thing you've really missed out is a load of hogwash. It doesn't matter what race he is or where he's from. No mortal has the right to be a god. Only the gods decide who can be one. And I can guarantee you now, this guy will not be one. Not now, not ever.
Following what you said, one of the vessels walks towards you, clears his throat, and says quite quietly, we have some concerns about Elwyn Leofer and heading towards the Temple of the Gods. The vessels work very hard to maintain balance amongst the Pantheon. By upsetting the temple, by upsetting the gods, we fear he may bring about the vengeance of the gods upon the All Havens, and where he's tried to unite them, we fear he may actually destroy the All Havens completely.
I turn to the vessels and I agree with you, my brother. But the only problem is, we don't know how long ago he went. As far as we know, he could already be there.
You may well be right, but we've only been shut in there for 3 days. It would take a good day or two for him to get there, and then legend has it when you're in the temple, time stands still. So you may well be in time if you could find him and stop.
That is a valid point, my brother. This is something that must be done. And I turn to the others and I go, my friends, I thank you for your companionship on this travel. And I will understand if you do not want to continue with me. But I must stop this madman before he knocks all balance in this world off. And no one wants to see that at all.
D7 turns to Maris and says, if he succeeds, will innocents suffer?
Oh, and the rest, my brother. And the rest.
Then count me in.
So she lets go of the guard, and her tail swishes back and forth like a cat. And she's quiet, but she's really angry. You can see she folds her arms, and she's just stewing in anger because these people have desecrated. This guy is trying to desecrate the gods by trying to attain godhood.
Sorry, I missed the end of what you said there, Stacey. Can you say the bit again?
Oh no, you can see she's stewing in anger. So because as a person who has a patron as well, she understands that this guy is trying to desecrate the gods, the insulting the gods by trying to attain godhood. So she's just there stewing, and you can tell that she agrees with what Maris has said. So she's in for the long run.
Okay, cool. So far we've got Maris, D7, and Cersei who have agreed to go to try and stop Lord Leofer.
Where is this temple? And I say that to the guard.
Are you asking the guard or the vessel?
Either. Whoever's closest.
The guard is still petrified in fear, thanks to Varric. So the vessel answers you instead. He said it's 2 days' travel towards the southeast of the village. It's fairly easy to get to, but the road can be fairly dangerous. I would recommend perhaps getting some rest before you go. There is a tavern in the town centre if you wish to rest there. or you can rest in the temple. The choice is entirely yours.
D7 turns to the group and says, "Do you all have sufficient supplies for this?"
I mean, I do. I really haven't really used very much. I could probably do with having a bit of a rest, but I'll be okay other than that.
I agree with Maripos. I feel like we could all do with a bit of today.
You said it was 2 days travel. Is that by foot or by horse?
Yeah, that's 2 days by foot.
Okay.
Is there a stable in this village?
Yeah, the farm. Did we see any stables?
Yeah, there certainly is a stables. You've seen horses being used, so you would hazard to guess there is a stable somewhere within the.
Unfortunately, two of us may not be able to ride because we're a bit big.
Varric starts to grin and showing off some of his broken, slightly jagged teeth at this this guard that he's holding it aloft in the air, kind of growling as he does so. He looks pissed.
I'm going to insight to see whether I can tell how pissed off he looks.
I don't need to. I've seen it before.
It's a 15.
Varric is incredibly annoyed to the point of, if you could probably see it in his eyes, he's toying with the idea of chopping this man's head off.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for. Maripos just walks up next to Varric and just says, "I can see the murderous intent in your eyes, but I don't think that you should kill this man. If you want, I can probably get rid of them."
Varric doesn't even turn to look at you. He just mutters loudly, "He laughed."
Oh, my friend, you're gonna come across people who laugh quite a lot, but it doesn't mean you have to kill them. And I kind of look at Cologne, because Cologne said that he knew Varric, and just sort of look at him for some help.
Cologne's gonna look at Maribos, shrug, and go, "Varric, put him down gently."
Varric lowers his hat to the point where this guard has his feet on the floor. Doesn't let go though.
Now,
The guard starts to slowly but firmly pull away.
Pardon?
As the guard's feet hit the floor, he starts to try and pull away from your grip, not particularly forcefully, but enough for you to realise that he is trying to break.
I'm going to walk up to the guard and look him in the eye and say, "I would like to give you a piece of advice. If I was you, I would apologize, and maybe you will keep your head."
Varric's grip on his axe tightens slightly, knowing that this guy's trying to pull away.
The guard looks towards Cologne and then towards Varric, and back at Cologne again, and then back at Varric one last time. He looks towards you in the most insincere way possible, just says, "Sorry."
Wow.
Yeah, Varric's getting even more angry now. Somebody better do something before he actually just acts.
I'm going to step between Varric and the two guards, and I'm just going to look at the guards, and as I do, from their perspective, everything around me just goes dark, and like a horrific image comes across Maripos's face. No one else can see it. It's just the two guards that can see it. And like his voice just starts to boom, and he just says, "I suggest you go." I need them to make a wisdom save.
Oh,
Okay.
Jesus.
That's aggression.
First one got a natural 1.
Yeah!
And
I
I believe
expect
you
some
said
crap
the
in those
second-
pants.
Oh wow.
What was the second
Can
one,
I-
sorry?
You'll be pleased to hear the second was also a natural one.
Amazing.
Will do.
Fantastic.
They are
Using
now
my dice,
considered
that's-
Some
frightened.
poo, join that we.
So I think by game mechanics, they now have to just run away.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's cool. Varric, you actually going to let go?
He doesn't
runs away,
want
needs to
to.
get behind you.
Barrick doesn't want to let go. He's
Can
really
I,
angry.
Can I just cast Thaumaturgy and just do like a bright flaming orb to try and like distract the Fearbold and just go,
like a
look at the little ball! Isn't it bright and shiny? Come on, chase the ball! Come on now!
You like toying him. I like it.
Hang on. Let's do it in check to see if he's actually stupid enough to fall for it.
Yeah, no, Varric, give us an intelligence.
Oh my god.
That would be an 11. 12 minus 1.
You know what? That orb is mighty shiny.
Barrett kind of glances over at the orb and kind of absent-mindedly lets go of this guard and just kind of tries to grab the orb and is like,
That's right, big
shiny.
brother. Come and chase the shiny. Come and chase the shiny. And I
I
just
am not
start
a cat,
darting
by
off.
the way.
And with that, I just start darting off and hope that the Fearbold follows me for the shiny.
He kind of looks, he watches the orb kind of move away from him quickly. He takes a couple of steps and just goes, oh, okay. And kind of turns back to where the guard is and sees his run off and goes, "Arr."
As Maris walks away, I'm going to turn to him and say, you know what? I never thought of trying something like that. Well done.
Screw you!
That's alright, lads. You learn these things when you're at the cloth. Especially when you're deep in the undercommon and people just don't know when to leave you alone.
Barrett kind of looks a bit upset at the fact he didn't get to kill something.
Don't worry, big guy. There will be chances.
The two guards have long scarpered into the trees that surround the temple. They're out of there. There's nowhere they were hanging around. They have left their spear, shield, and axe behind, though, and just run for the.
Barrett would like to pick up the spear.
The spear is yours.
And kind of goes,
Maris, please have the axe.
And you know, got a great axe.
Yeah!
That's great.
Ah!
We like puns. We don't really.
So what's the plan then? What do you guys want to do? Do you want to get some rest before you head up towards the temple? Do you want to go into the vessel's temple? Go into the village? What do you like?
I definitely need at least a short rest. Because I've marked mage armor off because obviously we came out of combat, so I would assume that I would have used that at least in combat.
And I'd have probably used one rage, so yeah, I could do with a sit down.
Yeah, I feel like a rest would be a good shout.
Also, your options then, you can use a temple for a rest, the vessel's temple, which is where you are at the moment, or you can head into the village to try and find the...
Maris would like to stay in the vessel and start doing some prayers to Bane.
Oh, I join her to my patron.
Okay, if we're staying here, then Clone will basically sit. Are there pews? Is it like seating pews like a church, or is it?
Yeah, exactly like a church. You've got wooden carved seating pews, all one big long block.
Oh, okay. In that case, Cologne will sit nearest the door, so he can look out the door, and then sit back leaning against something, and then just basically sit and rest for however long we're resting for.
Okay. D7, what are you up to?
I'm just going to stand by the entrance, not needing sleep as such. I will just in an inactive, motionless state, but while still being conscious enough to spot any dangers that approach.
Lovely. Maripos?
I will also go and stand by the door, sort of near D7, just keeping an eye out.
And I think that then just leaves Varric.
Varric will look through the door and see it's quite low, and will walk round the side, lean up against the outside of the wall, round the corner from the entrance, and will pull out a small bag of pebbles and will inanely start talking to himself in broken common.
Excellent.
Lovely. Okay. So you can all take the benefit of a short rest. So whether you want to hit dice or gain any sort of skills back up, that's entirely up to you. If it was,
Can I just ask, the dwarf merchant, he said he was going to the mansion?
he certainly did.
It's very suspicious. I think. Well, what time? It's still afternoon.
Yeah, it's kind of midday at the moment. By the time you finish your rest, it's going to be early evening.
What time are we setting up? Are we doing it at night or following morning?
That's up to you guys.
Well, I thought time was of the essence. I might be wrong, but if it takes 2 days to get to this temple, setting off sooner rather than later would be beneficial, I would have thought.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah,
good
I
shout.
agree.
Yeah.
I was just thinking, like, in terms of other people who maybe needed to, like, get some health and get some spell slots back and stuff.
I am back up to full.
So,
Yeah.
I'm good.
Near enough.
Yeah, so am I. But
Well,
did they not say that time stands still? So if he's there and he's entered, he could already have had almost eternity to complete whatever it is he needs.
Yeah.
The
I'd
vessel
somehow-
did say the time stands still in the temple. You could quiz the vessels further on that if you wanted to find some more information about the temple and the sorts of things you might.
I think that's a very good idea. So I'm going to go up to a vessel before I go and just ask them to give me as much information as they can about the temple that we're about to explore.
But the first vessel you approach looks towards you, gestures towards a scar across his throat, and you realise he can't actually speak. So he beckons the other one over, who comes and stands, and you repeat your request to him. He turns to you and tells you that the Temple of the Gods is nothing more than a legend, and he's never seen it himself. But it is rumoured that within that temple there sits an altar to each of the 13 gods of the Allhavens. And for someone to make it through that entire temple, they must be tried by each of the gods, one by one, each test progressively harder and harder and harder. And only then will they be judged by Bahamut, who will decide whether or not they are worthy of the quest which they have set out to achieve.
I follow up with a secondary question and I gesture to the other vessel. Question: how did he come by this injury and who was responsible?
The first vessel looks towards his friend and a kind smile comes across his face. He turns back towards you. He says, Brother Janus was once a soldier in the Dragon Guards. The injury which he sustained was from a fight with some evil creatures in some woods north of here. Since then, he took on the roads of the vessels and has never looked back.
I turn and walk away.
The vessel's a little bit dumbfounded at the abruptness at the end of the conversation, but goes and continues with his sort of vessel.
How quietly is Varric playing with his stones?
So it's quietly to the point of barely audible, but every so often he does get a bit louder and then kind of quiets down again. He's trying to do it surreptitiously so no one notices.
Okay, I'm gonna With DM's discretion, get Stephen to make a perception check just to see whether he hears or sees you, because he hasn't actually gone into the temple yet.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'll do it with disadvantage if you're being quiet, because Stephen's not the most observant.
Fair enough.
That's a 1.
Barrett, be quiet.
Stephen's just still trying to put that tombstone back together that's completely destroyed.
You just can't find the last piece.
He's playing with his own pebbles, but not in the same way.
That's
Fair
really
enough.
rude.
For God's sake.
While we're on this short rest, I don't know. I feel suspicious about. Can I spend a wild shape and turn into a cat, and then I'll go to the Lofia mansion on my own?
Yeah, of course you can. No problem at all.
I just want to go to the mansion, walk around, and see if the merchant is there or anything suspicious before I actually go back. Oh, but before I actually go to the mansion, I spot Steven and I hiss at him really loudly and I shut off.
Aww.
Why'd you hit it, Stephen? Sorry.
He's a human.
Oh yes, that's a good point. Bad humans.
Poor Stephen.
So
Okay, so
I'm just
you
going
head
to the
off
mansion.
towards Leofa Mansion.
Yep.
We'll just figure out what everyone else is doing, and then we'll deal with the mansion.
Sure.
Can I roll perception to notice Cersei change?
Yes, you can. Cersei, were you inside the temple or outside the temple?
I'm inside the temple.
Yeah, in that case, far away.
Yeah, I don't. I got 8.
That was nice and easy then.
Yeah.
Okay. Does anybody else want to do anything else before we start having a sneak around Leofa Mansion with Cersei?
Not really.
No, I'm good.
No? Okay. Okay, yeah, that's fine. So, Cersei, you head off through the trees, heading towards this large building. As you go around the outside, you notice that it's quite quiet. There's nobody about. There's no lit candles inside or anything at all. But there is an open window towards the back, which you can try and get into if you want.
Oh hell yeah! I get inside.
Okay, you climb inside, and when you're in there, you realise or you notice a really sweet-smelling perfume fills the building. As you look around, there's really expensive furs, some really intricately carved furniture, some really nice tapestries hung off the walls as well. And what really draws your attention is towards the front door to the mansion is a stack of bottles and barrels, which you recognise to have come from the merchant's caravan.
Oh, do I don't see the merchant at all.
No, the merchant's not in the mansion. You can't see him there.
Does it look like the door is unlocked and the guy just left things there?
It's hard to tell from where you are, especially seeing as you're a cat. But you would guess that the door is probably locked, seeing as there's nobody inside the mansion.
Oh, that's so weird. Shit. Do I change back or not? Can I just snoop around? How many stories is this? One of the stories?
2 stories. There's a set of wooden steps towards the back corner of the building, which you can head up if you want to.
Yep, I'll do just that.
Yeah, you head up there, you find a couple of bedrooms. One is really grand and with lots of expensive silk bedding. The other one is much more simple with 3 or 4 beds. But there's nobody up there. The building is completely empty.
Okay. How long does it take for me to kind of walk around the main square before I go back to the temple? I'm looking for the dwarf.
The main, do you mean the village square?
Yeah.
It won't take you long to have a look around the village square. It might take you maybe 10 minutes.
Okay, I'll do just that, a nice sweep around before I go back to the temple and tell everybody that the wine merchant left all the things inside the house, but it's locked.
Okay, so just for Cersei then, you should now be able to see the town square.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
And the rest of you should still be on the map of Stonemar.
Yep.
Yeah.
Excellent. So Cersei, going around, having a look around the square, You do notice just off to what would be the east of the map, you do actually see the wine merchant that you found earlier with his trailer, or wagon, sorry, just sat apparently waiting for somebody or some people. There are various people going about their sort of day-to-day activities. There are not very many of them there. Outside the front of the mansion, there are two guards, two very similarly dressed to how they were when you found them outside the Vessel Temple, at the top of the stone steps. There's a couple more guards dotted around, and a few people just generally going about their business. There's nothing sort of untoward that really draws your eye, but you do notice the sort of ragtag appearance of the militia, which is looking after Tomar at the moment.
Don't want to mess with them. I just want to place myself and be all very cat-like, licking my face, while being in the vicinity of the merchant because he seems to be waiting for somebody.
Yeah, okay. So you stand or sit and watch him for a little while, and he doesn't really move. He doesn't do very much. One of the militia walks up to him and asks what his business is. The merchant turns around and says to him that he's waiting for a group of friends who sought him safe passage through to Stomar. He agreed to pay them some gold coin, and he's waiting for them to come back and claim their reward before he travels further south to Dragonmount.
Okay, we forgot about that. So I trot back to the temple and I revert back to form, just in front of the temple, and I go in and I tell one of you that, oh yeah, we forgot our prize money, our gold. Somebody might want to meet the merchant. It seems that he is waiting at the council.
That's a very good point. I hadn't thought of that. Can I wander and go and get the money?
You certainly can. Are you going alone, or is anybody else joining you?
I'm definitely going to join.
Plus two. Anyone else going?
No, I think Maris is going to be a bit antsy and he just to get on.
Varric will only join if somebody actually comes and gets him because he's a bit preoccupied.
To be fair, I think I know that if Varric is busy playing with his stones, then he's safe. So I don't feel the need to go and get him.
Good call.
Okay, so Maripos and Cologne, then you head towards the town centre, which should now be appearing on your screens.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so what I need you to do on the right-hand side under your journal, you'll see your tokens. So your Maripos, you'll see yours and Stephen's, and Cologne, you'll just see yours. If you can drag your tokens onto the map somewhere around where the red circle is currently appearing, that'd be really useful.
I'm trying, but it's not letting me. Ah, there you go. Nope, still not letting me. Ah, there you go.
Yeah, that's cool. I can see you, and I can see Maripos there as well. Excellent. No, I guess Stephen would probably be staying at the temple. That's fine. So just before you reach that point, you find the merchant who greets you and hands you each a small pouch of coins.
How much?
Looking inside, you find 10 gold pieces in each pouch.
To be shared with everyone.
Say again, sorry.
Is that to be shared with everyone?
Yeah, that's 20 gold pieces amongst the group.
Maripos just sort of looks up and says,
Sorry, you went really quiet at the end there.
oh, my bad. It's because my mic was up on my head. Maripos turns to the merchant and just says, "Oh, it's quite a light coin purse, isn't it?"
20 gold pieces is half the sum of the earnings that I made from delivering the wine and the ale to Lord Lear.
Can I insight him?
You certainly can.
That's a 10.
You think he's telling the truth? He seems pretty genuine what he's saying.
Oh, well, I used to making far more money than this, but okay.
The merchant turns to you. He thanks you again for your help in getting him to the village of Stonemire. He tells you that the journey south towards Dragon Mound is much safer from here, and that he'll follow the mountain range around towards Timberminster. He thanks you again, warmly shakes you both by the hand, and then heads.
Sorry, what was his name? His name was Rollin, wasn't it?
Rolo.
Rolo, that was it.
Was he the last one?
Yeah, absolutely. Was.
Ah.
D7
You take
collapses
10
dead.
points of pun damage.
Quick, someone make a dad joke.
Okay, so
whilst-
you guys are stood in the town centre, and as you're stood there, you hear the cry of a child turning towards the mansion. You see two more of the militia. One of them is holding back a boy of no more than 13 high summers of age, while the other pushes a woman, probably the boy's mother, to the floor. The second militiaman stands over the terrified woman with a wooden club raised above his head. Lord Elwyn wants his taxes. If you can't pay with coin, then you'll pay with blood. Hand the coin over now.
I'm going to run forward and grab the club.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm gonna, seeing that Cologne is probably better suited for close combat, I'm gonna hang back a little bit, but I am definitely gonna approach.
10, 15, 20, 20. Are these squares 5 feet? So there. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. I can get to there.
Yeah, I'll move up to there, which is my 30.
As I run forward, I will yell out, "Stop!"
Okay, let's roll initiative.
Okay. Shit, I've dropped my dice.
Is that just everyone that went into town, or?
Yeah,
No,
just
I didn't
everyone who
roll.
went to town.
Yeah, that's cool.
12.
For Cologne.
Yep.
That is a 16 for me.
16 for Maripos. Okay, so Maripos, you've got the initiative. You get the first turn. What would you like to do?
We have just had the benefit of a short rest, haven't we?
Yes.
Yeah, you absolutely have.
Okay, I would like to, purely directed at those two guys, I would like to start singing in like a really, really high-pitched female song. And
At this point, I'm rolling for confusion.
I need those guys to make a wisdom save for me.
What, just like this?
So the guy that's nearest the boy, his wisdom save is a 12, and the other one is an 11.
Okay, they both fail. They are both charmed by me.
Fair
for
enough.
the duration.
Lovely.
And yeah, I just start singing this like really high pitched, almost like enchanting. Cologne, because you're on the edge of it, you kind of hear it and you start to almost get seduced a little bit, but then you realise that it's not what you think it is.
My
But
God,
the guards very much are.
Okay. Okay. Seeing this, I will slow down and stop, turn quizzically to look at Maripos and go, okay.
They are not charmed for very long, I don't think, but possibly long enough for me to try and persuade them that the woman's already paid her taxes. So I just say, brothers, I believe that you have tried to attack this woman, but she's already paid.
But given the distance you are away from those guards, you're going to have to shout it across to them because you're not stood right next to them.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
The other three guards, which have stood around the town square, start to move towards you at this.
Crap.
Okay.
I believe that is my turn. There's not much else I can do.
The two that you do currently have charmed, however, do turn towards you and nod in agreement with you, as if to say, yeah, you know what, you're probably right, you probably did. At which point that would end the turn of the guard, so it is actually now back to you, Maripos.
I just look at the woman and the boy and just say, hide yourselves. Do the guards look like they're coming at me weapons drawn, or are they just like pissed off?
No, they're just sort of moving towards you. They're not really saying anything, not with weapons drawn as such, not ready to fight, but more sort of exploring what the commotion is. Although following what you've said, the woman and the boy do both make a swift exit from the town square, or try to.
Okay. I am gonna use my action to cast Mage Armor on myself. That's all I'll do. Just
Okay, how long does your charm person hold on those two guys?
It's literally just one turn, so they will now be no longer charmed, the two of them.
Okay, no, that sounds good. Cologne, it's your turn.
Do I notice the charm fading off the guards? Do they sort of shake their head and come back to their senses?
Yeah, you kind of see them almost come back round, as almost as though they've woken up and realised what's going on around them.
I'm going to hold up my hands and say, you really shouldn't threaten the innocent. Bad things happen then. And wait to see what they do.
Okay, with that, the two guards closest to you walk towards you. They turn to you and say, the innocent should pay their taxes and pay their loyalty to the crown and to the ruler of this village. I don't know who you two are, but I suggest you go back to where you came from.
Are the guards round that we scared off from the temple earlier?
No, these are different guards. The two you scared from the temple are long gone.
Okay.
The woman and the child have moved away. Are they still moving? Are they still making their way away from these guards?
Yeah, they've managed to get out of the town centre now. They're well out of the way.
In that case, with my hands still held up, I'm going to start backing away.
The guard that was harassing her, I'm just going to try and sort of make eye contact with him and just say, how much money did she owe?
It was 1 gold piece, which she eventually paid.
I'm going to roll for this, because... okay, well, if it's all paid, then there's no reason to go after her anymore.
You're absolutely right. She's paid her taxes. She's free to go with her child back to carry on with her day, which is exactly what I suggest you two do before we become more annoyed of you putting your noses into Lord Elwyn's business.
I just kind of look at Cologne and just say, sounds good to me.
See, I'm not sure how. The problem is, okay, on this occasion we'll leave it. And I look at the guard that was threatening the woman. Maybe you should be less heavy-handed in your approach to law enforcement in the future.
The guard turns back to you, looks you dead in the eyes, though completely unfazed by the fact that you're a Goliath. Says, your advice is duly noted, stranger. Perhaps you should stop sticking your nose in where it's not wanted.
I'm going to nod, turn, and walk away.
Okay, Marikos, you following suit?
I am, but I'm going to look at that guard dead in the eye because he was one of the ones that was charmed by me. And as I turn away, I just give him a little wink, and then blow him a kiss, and then follow Cologne.
Just
Very good, very good.
Before you turn, you swear you saw that guard crack a smile. Are you heading back towards the temple where the rest of the group are?
Yeah, I guess so, yeah.
You big flirt.
I love it.
It's
Brilliant.
Nicely diffused.
Okay, so you're all back at the temple. You've all had the benefit of a short rest. What would you like to do? Where would you like?
Well, I think we need to make our way to the Temple of the Gods, I think.
Yes. That sounds like a plan.
Okay. You bid farewell to the vessels and head through the village out to the southeast side, where you start making your way towards where the Temple of the Gods is. The vessels have told you how to get there, and there's a fairly well-trodden path ahead of you. But you were told there are perhaps some more direct, albeit potentially more dangerous routes, depending on which way you want to go.
I mean, we've got to get there pretty quick, don't we?
Yeah. So whichever's going to be the quickest route for us.
Do I see any critters, like birds, like around me, or around us, basically, just before we leave?
Just before you leave the town, do you mean, or when you've left the town and you're on?
I think just before we leave the town. Yeah, I'm looking for wild creatures like birds that fly over past us.
Yeah, so you spot a couple of small birds sort of flitting around between the trees as you left the.
Okay, can I just take 10 minutes? I'll sit down on the ground and can I just ritual cast speak with animals?
Yeah, absolutely. What do you want to know?
I just want to ask, what's the route that's safest and dangerous? Like just the differentiate. They can just kind of flutter about and show me which path is best that we take.
Yeah, okay. So the birds kind of flutter off towards the more well-beaten track, which kind of indicates to you that that's probably the safest route to get towards Temple of the Gods, although probably not the quickest.
And what's the most dangerous one?
To relay that information, the birds kind of flitter through the trees almost directly at the side of a mountain before sort of wheeling round and coming back again, indicating to you that the more direct route is the most dangerous route, but will get you there probably a lot more.
Okay, I hold out my tail and let them sit on the tail for a bit. I give them a quick peck and then they flutter off.
Nice.
Awesome.
Okay.
So D7 goes up to Cersei and looks quizzically and says, "Question, what were you doing?"
Did you not understand what we were talking? Does everybody not speak Druid?
The only thing other people will have seen are the birds flying towards certain directions. The speak with animals wouldn't have been comprehensible by the other party.
So you do not understand what? Well,
No.
we as a druid, I respect nature, and in return, they respect me. I was asking them which path we should take. So I point to the one that's the best but longest path, and next I relay the information, and do the same for the dangerous one.
Very well. I personally think we should take the more. It may be more dangerous, but I am sure we can take care of ourselves.
That I agree.
I tend to agree with you as well.
Yes. Because we are chasing for time, no?
Time is of the essence, yes.
Varric will walk up behind our lovely druid and kind of just start looking at the birds intently and put his paw out as they're walking, almost like, "Can I have one?"
Aww.
I think they try to flutter about on his head before they. I mean, he's really big, so they're a bit scared, and then they kind of flutter away.
Aww.
He kind of just looks down at you a bit upset and goes, "Okay," and starts walking off.
Aww.
So D7 and Maripos were all up for the most direct route. What did you think, Maris?
I think he wants to go for the most direct route as well, because he kind of gets it as well that time is of the essence.
Yeah, same for Cersei. She
Lovely.
No, having watched all this, Cologne will say, personally, I think most direct route is the most sensible. However, we should keep on our guard.
I guess that means you're taking the most direct route. Okay, the sun's setting low, but you step off the beaten path into the forests. A few hours into the walk, the landscape changes. It becomes a lot more rocky and a lot more mountainous as night sets in. Do you want to make camp, or do you want to?
I'm up for pushing on, because we did have a short rest before we left.
Yeah, I'll push on.
I'm in agreement, but as we do, I'm going to unsling my bow and knock an arrow, just in case.
Yeah, same. I'm going to get my mace out just at the ready.
Noticing Cologne knocking an arrow, Varric will pick his axe up that he's currently been dragging along, and we will be prepared. There's a lovely groove in the ground, by the way.
Mage armor doesn't cost me a spell slot, so just for the purposes of if we do encounter combat or anything, I've always got it up. I'll just recast it every 8 hours.
Okay, yeah, that sounds good. So this is the kind of landscape you're all seeing at the moment. You're seeing it change from grass to the kind of rocky outcrops, the start of it turning into a mountain range. What I need each of you to do is drag your tokens onto the bottom of that map, just to arrange yourself in some kind of travel. Around there, next to Maripos?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, so the sunset is nighttime. As you're traveling, you hear this almost like a growl or a moan. It's not like an animal sound. It sounds almost human, but not quite.
Not me. I'm muttering, but it's not me.
Right.
Do I recognize this sound, or?
You can make a survival check and see if you recognise it.
Unlikely, because I grew up in the town.
Can I make that as well?
Yeah, absolutely.
Although I did quite well, I rolled an 18.
That'll do. Even though you're from a town, you will have read about trolls and what the noises that they make, especially in the dead of night. And you think this noise may belong to a troll.
Oh, great.
Oh,
Can you
good.
tell which side it comes from?
It's coming from further up the mountain range.
Oh, okay. And it's just one, right? Do we know if they come in packs or do they travel alone?
What did you get on that survival check?
12.
You've read that they sometimes travel on their own, sometimes they come in groups.
Oh, I guess we're heading up, right?
Well, I was about to say, Varric will just keep walking.
That's cool. If you want to carry on walking up the mountain range, then move your way up the map.
I'll continue to stay behind Stephen.
There you go. I've moved my full movement.
Oh, I wasn't doing that. I was just moving by 10 feet each time.
Yeah, I'm scouting ahead.
So I don't know if you'll be able to move your toe. Oh, you can, brilliant.
I can, yeah.
As you move up, the noise gets louder. Cologne, you're scouting ahead of the group. If you move yourself to just past where the path bends round to the right, just ahead of where Varric is at the moment.
About there.
That's perfect. Directly ahead of you, you see the troll, the source of this noise.
I don't seem to have a token on there.
Where's my
Rounds the corner, he sees the troll dead ahead of him.
Yep.
And relays back to you what he can see. It's time for everybody to roll an.
Oh, I was about to say if Cologne would have told, if Cologne told there, right?
Yes.
That is 15 for Maris.
17 for Cersei.
18 for Cologne.
18 for Varric.
15 for Stephen, and a 3 for
my-
Maripos.
Which one was time I went out of this one?
Yeah, D7 just beats Maripos, but my
Okay, so Cologne and Varys, you equally got the highest. So which one of you's going?
It's up to you, Nathan. Which do you want to do, me or you?
I don't mind. If you saw him first, you'd probably shout and then run. So,
Well, to be fair, hang on, how far are we? He's in range. Are we going to try and chat to him, or are we thinking he's a troll that needs to die?
what do you think Varric's thinking?
I think Varric wants to twat something.
Yes, he does. Very hard.
In that case, I'm going to yell to Varric, or I'm going to turn to Varric because he's close to him and go, "It's time to fight," and then draw my bow and fire an arrow at the troll. So making a
Make an attack roll.
that'll be a natural 20.
Nice.
Wow.
Good shot.
So I don't need to use guidance because hey, and that will be 1d8. Where's the d8 gone? They're here somewhere. Oh, that's crap. So it's double the dice, then plus my dex, and then plus proficiency.
Just your dex.
Yeah, no proficiency on damage. Just it.
So in that case, double dice. So that's 2. And then my dex, which is 2, so 4.
Wow, did you roll a 1 on the damage?
I rolled a 1 on the damage.
Oh man.
Well
some
done.
damage, at least. At least it's something. Every little helps. The arrow slams into the troll's thick hide and he almost completely ignores it. Is there anything else
think-
for you instead?
That's got to be the worst pain in D&D is a 1 on a crit.
Yeah.
Ah.
Right, so hang on. I think. Where are I? Oh no, never mind. Oh no, you increase it. Right, okay. So can I do this after I've made? Because one of my abilities is I can increase the damage of all ranged weapon attacks by a D4 with a bonus action. Can I do that after I've made the attack, as in add the D4 now, or have I left it too late?
I would say normally you'd have to do it beforehand, but if you want to add the D4 now, that's absolutely.
I will add the D4 to it. That's better. Another 3 points of damage.
I assume you would double that because it's dice damage.
Absolutely.
Okay, in that
Another
case,
6 points on top of the 4.
another 6 points of damage.
Well, that'll be
Nice.
10 points of damage in total. That's a bit better.
That's better.
Is that it for Cologne?
And I'm going to move 5, 10, 20 feet forward.
You're standing right where I want to be, I think.
To be fair, you can step over me, I'll duck.
True. Actually, oh, no, I can get one in front of you, that's fine. Is that everything?
Yeah, that's me done.
Over to you, Barris.
Barik will run to 30 feet, which that was 10, that was 20. Draw a javelin, rage, and then throw it really hard. I
Wait.
don't get any bonus to the range attack for raging, but at least I'm raging. Yay! That was a 16, so plus 5. 21!
Definitely a hit.
Where it's, that's a 3 plus 6 points of piercing damage.
Very nice. Another little bit more damage off the troll. Again, still doesn't really register the pain. Anything else?
Barrett will, as he rages, all his fur kind of not stands on end, but just gets slightly more, stands up slightly, and he yells really loudly, almost ear piercing, just yells, and he's done. And he's preparing to, with his axe, if this thing runs to him. And as I hit, if it goes for anything else, it has disadvantage.
Okay, yeah, no problem at all. So I think it's Maris next.
Okay. I'm going to move about 10 feet, so I've got a shot. And then I'm going to I'm going to cast my cantrip Sacred Flame.
Okay.
They have to succeed on a dexterity saving throw.
What's the DC of the throw?
12.
Yeah, he passes the dex save, somehow managing to miss.
Ah,
The troll's very dexterous.
this is a very dexterous troll.
I think it's a human.
Well, that's annoying. That's all I can really do then.
Okay, no problem. Cersei?
Can I move diagonally?
Certainly can.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll go all the way this side. And I'm gonna hold my action. I'm just gonna attack when he's in range. I might attack with my scimitar. Yeah, so I'll just hold my action. That's it.
Okay, no problem. Stephen.
Stephen's just gonna. He knows combat very well. He knows what to do in combat, and he just fucking runs. He floors it to the edge of away from this thing.
I know what to do in combat. Hide in the bush.
He's been trained well by Maripos.
Okay.
No problem. It's the troll's turn. So the troll is going to walk up to Varric, and he's going to make a swipe with one of his claws.
Bring it.
AC, Varric.
AC 13.
He hits you with the first one, dealing you 8 points of slashing damage.
So 4.
Yep.
Okay.
And then snaps towards you with these horrible, rotten troll teeth, which hit you as well for a total of 6 points of piercing, which obviously all.
Reduce to 3. Okie dokie.
And that's the troll's turn. So next up is D7.
Right, well, D7 is going to see if he can get next to Varric, which I will need someone's help with.
I've got it, if I can.
You 30 or 35?
30.
So I can get you to there.
Oh, okay. In which case, I'll take a pop with my short bow.
Lovely. Let's see you hit.
20. Is it dexterity for short bow?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, certainly is.
Yep, 22.
It's definitely a hit.
And he rolls the dice off the table.
Way!
Whee!
If it's a natural
6.
20, it still counts.
No, 6.
6 points of damage. Lovely. So that's the third arrow that's in the troll at the moment. Again, he's still ignorant to the damage at the moment. Maripos.
How high up is the cliff that the troll's on at the moment from, like, below?
That's probably the 15 feet.
Okay. Probably not high enough for what I wanted to do, so I'll hold off on that. I am gonna move up here next to, is that Maris? And I will cast. I'm going to cast Shadow Blade. So, like, the way it manifests with Maripos is like a ghostly kind of trident comes out, made entirely of water, and he just holds it up, and he's going to throw it within 60 feet. So he's going to throw it directly at the troll. What kind of light are we in at the moment? Is it daytime or evening or?
It's nighttime, so visibility is pretty poor, but you can make out the troll fairly.
Excellent. I get advantage on the attack then, because it's nighttime.
Cool.
Nice.
That is a 15.
That is just a hit.
Nice. That's yeah, will be 2d8. 7 points of psychic damage.
Okay, so the troll howls in pain, grabbing at his head as it feels the damage rage around inside his own brain. Anything else to make?
I think that's my bonus action to do that, and then my action to throw it. So yeah, that's me done.
Okay, great. So we're back to stopping the round of Cologne.
I think I'm going to move forward to there. I'm going to put my bow over my shoulder, unsheath one of my guitars, and do a straight punch with my guitar.
Cool. Make an attack.
Yeah, that's an actual 1. So it does nothing.
A little bit more than nothing. As you strike the troll, you lose your footing. You also fall prone.
Oh,
Oh.
Right, okay.
Oh, he's prone.
In that case... Right. Don't know if this makes a difference. Hang on. It's one of the things I've got is it says you gain +2 AC for a round when you make an unarmed attack while holding a melee Kenzie weapon. Right? Does that mean a successful attack or just an attack?
you have to make an attack. Yeah, you have to make an unarmed attack, and I think as long as you make it as part of your attack action, because I had to look this up because I'm playing a Kensei monk on my Sunday sessions. Yeah, as long as you make an unarmed attack as part of your attack, then you can use your weapon for the +2 AC.
Right, so I've punched him with my guitar, missed, gone prone.
Yeah, so you have to make an unarmed attack to get the bonus.
So if I then spend a key point to do flurry of blows, which is unarmed strike, and basically kick him in the legs.
I think it has to be part of your actual attack action, the way it's worded. So you
So
have
I can't
to make it instead of your actual weapon attack.
Right, okay.
It's pretty good when you get to like 5th level when you get the extra attack, because then you can do it as well as your weapon.
Yeah, so basically I've attacked, failed, and now I can't do anything else.
I mean, you can still do your flurry of blows, you just won't get your +2 to AC, I don't think.
Yeah, that's right. You won't get the AC, and your flurry of blows will also be on disadvantage to hit as well.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah, because you're down.
I'm flat on my back, yeah.
How much movement have you used?
To be fair, I only used, 5, 10 feet of movement, so I've still got 30 feet of movement. So I could no, because I can't use my movement, stand up, and then do the attack with flurry of blows with normal straight roll, could I?
I think it'd be a big ask to see you jump back up and then make the flurry of blows attack as normal. So you could stand, that's fine, but the flurry of blows attack will still make the difference.
In that case, I'll use half my movement. I will do a flurry of blows with disadvantage. Because, hey, why not? Oh, please be another one of them. That'll do, because I just rolled 2 19s in a row.
Nice.
Sweet.
So, yeah, so that will be, unarmed strike will be plus, so that'd be 22 to 23 to hit.
Definitely a hit.
Nice.
And so that's the first one. And the damage will be 5 points of damage.
Okay.
Second one with disadvantage will be... Nah, it doesn't hit. 7. No, 9. 11.
Yeah, that's a miss, unfortunately.
Yeah. So, yeah, just the one.
Okay, anything else on Cologne, or is that you done, I think?
Yeah.
Okay, Varric, over to you.
Okay, I'm going to start by using my attack action recklessly. So I'm going to swing with advantage. Good job, I swung with advantage. 21. Great.
Hits.
Okay, where are you, dice? Come here. There we go. So it's a d12 plus 3. Oh, great. Yeah, what do you call? That's 10 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
With my bonus action, I'm going to turn invisible.
Wait, what? Did I just hear that right? The Firbolg's going to go invisible?
Yes, indeed.
Giant furball.
They can
And-
do that.
I could do that, and with my movement, I'm going to basically run around him and be the other side. I don't turn visible again until the beginning of my next turn, and as I hit him, if he attacks anybody else, he has disadvantage,
Okay.
and that's me. And if you're wondering how I turned invisible, I'll quite happily tell you.
Is it a fur
I'm like-
thing?
Yeah, it's a Firbolg thing.
Nice.
What?
So basically, what happens is I hit him really hard. I then
Yeah.
disappear from sight, and everyone's looking around trying to see where a 9-foot Firbolg disappeared.
Oh my god, that is the best thing I've heard, like, ever.
And that's me done.
Okay, lovely. Maris, you're next.
Cool. I'm going to say a quick prayer to Bane, saying, Lord Bane, watch over my next attack and let it strike true. And then I'll cast Guiding Bolt. That is 19.
That's a hit.
Cool. So that is 4d6. Six, 17 points of damage altogether.
Nice.
Please.
Very nice. So the troll is now visibly hurt and he is breathing in pain, but he's still up. He's still going. Is there anything else?
No, I'm good. But if I'm reading this right, if any other attack rolls made on this target has advantage.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Going.
Yeah, I just had to read to double check. But yeah, any attack rolls to this creature now, they have advantage.
Yeah, we have a shiny drop.
Yeah.
Nice.
Shiny. Barrack's happy.
Yeah, lasts until the end of your next turn. So if that's you done, then it's Cersei.
Yep. Can I just ask what the reach for the scimitar is? What's my reach?
5 feet. Yeah.
5 feet,
Yeah.
It's
So, yeah,
5 feet for a scimitar.
I'll just get right up to him here, and I'll whack it. I'll slice it with the scimitar.
Cool. Don't forget your advantage.
Oh, yeah. It's a 14. Do I add proficiency? No. Do I add proficiency to this?
I can't remember if you're proficient in it or not. I'm just having-
Yeah, it says I am. Dang it.
Yes, you're proficient in it. Yeah, add your proficiency as well.
Okay, so it's 14 plus 3, 17 plus 2. That's 19. 19 hit.
Yeah, that's a hit.
That's 1d, so. 6 plus 1. Oh, that's a 6 plus 1, so that's 7 slashing damage.
Nice.
Lovely. Troll's still upright. Is there anything else from you this time?
Yep, I will get over. Can I make it over? I'll make it over. Yeah, that's my turn.
Okay, so if you're moving out of his melee range, he's going to get an opportunity attack again.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, I'll see the hit. What's your AC?
Is it disadvantaged?
It will be, won't
Yeah,
it?
well,
My AC is 14.
he missed, so you managed to get away from him safely.
If he misses, do I still got my hellish rebuke?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Because he had, yeah. I forgot what it is. Hellish. Oh no, oh no. Can somebody look it up for me?
So I've got to take a dex save, or I take 2d10 fire damage on a failed save, or half as much on a success.
Okay.
There is no way I've passed a dex save on that roll, so I'm taking 2d10 fire damage.
Yeah.
Troll barbecue.
Is this a 10?
Yum yum.
Can't find my. What does the 10 look like? Okay, got it.
Can anyone else smell burning?
That's a 12 damage.
That just reminds me of that big Ghostbusters.
Oof.
Dog.
So that's it for Cersei. So it's Stephen.
Stephen's just going to stay where he is and cower.
Weak.
Where is poor Stephen?
Fantastic. That makes the
Hello.
trolls.
He's hiding in.
Seeing as Cologne is right in front of him, the troll's going to make a swipe. Misses with his first claw attack.
Right.
And his second as well.
Oh, there you
So
go.
he managed to get away scot-free from the troll. D7, your
Right, I'm going to creep up and stand next to Varric. If I can get through that lot.
I put you in totally the wrong place. Bear with me.
That's one hell of a
It's
move.
like,
Yeah, is
it's
that what
just
you
kind of like,
D7
I'm one of the
can
new
tell-
models. I have.
D7 just runs away.
Bye, D7.
Right.
If you think Stephen's
just
a
so done
coward,
with
watch this.
Right. So I'm going to do a sneak attack since I've got people within 5 foot of him.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, a natural 20.
Oh, that was
Amazing.
Oh.
Mate.
So this is going to be 3d6.
It might not make a difference, but I'm actually invisible, so I don't know if you know I'd be there. Not to be an arse or
it's-
anything.
Yeah, but you've also got
Cologne is the other
Cologne
side as
within
well.
5 foot.
Cologne's there as well, so it's
Oh,
fine to sneak that.
Sorry, I missed that. Yeah, my bad.
Yeah.
Well, mate.
That's alright.
So it's 9. 25 damage.
Did you say 25?
Yeah. That was because I get to because I did a crit. I got my damage.
Yeah, you doubled damage dice. How do you want to kill him?
Nice.
Hey!
Okay, I leap up and I plunge my short sword into the base of his spine and then slide down, splitting his spine.
Ooh.
Yo!
With
Oh, I've
the
done
sickening crunch of each vertebrae snapping as your sword gets dragged down the spinal column of the troll. Is only drowned out by the scream of the troll in agony as it falls forwards and lays dead on the floor in front of you all.
Wow.
Nice. So the troll's dead. It is still the dead of night as well. What do I do now?
Search.
Well, Varric reappears right next to you and kind of looks down at you a bit like, oh. And puts his hand on the back of your, on your back and goes, good job.
I just flick the blood from the blade and resheathe it.
I'm just gonna.
Very cool.
Does anyone need healing at all?
I think
Nope.
Varric.
Varric has a few cuts along his forearm, but seems to be visibly fine.
Okay, that's cool.
Can I search the body, please?
Yes, you certainly can. So I'd roll a perception check.
19.
You find a rather fetching loincloth
Ooh.
attached by a small piece of rope. There are some arrows which you could take from the corpse if you wanted to.
Yeah.
Other than that, there is nothing of any value on this troll whatsoever.
Fair enough.
Cersei goes to the head of the troll, and you watch as she kind of holds the head, she touches in various places, and mushrooms begin to grow from it. You know, like in The Last of Us, the clickers, something like
Oh,
that.
yes.
Okay.
Oh, the cordyceps.
Yeah.
Cool, very nice.
Varric's going to walk about 20 feet away, turn his back to everybody, and seem to be fiddling with something from his from a pouch. And then after a few seconds, he's going to turn around and walk back.
I'm going to go find
Right.
Stephen.
All right, Stephen.
Yeah, Stephen's
what?
just
Stephen's
cowering
there?
in a bush.
God damn it,
kill him?
Stephen. No!
Oh, that's excellent work, that is, Stephen. Now, come with us again.
When
Right then, lads.
when
Unless
Stephen,
we got anything else to do, shall we get a move on?
as Stephen rejoins the party, Varric's just going to snuff at him, ignore him, and walk off.
Can I check the tracks of said troll to see which way it came from and possibly see if it's a like well-travelled route?
Yeah, you make a survival check.
12?
You start to follow the troll's track backwards along the path or the direction it came from, but you begin to lose the direction as it gets kind of confused. There are lots of troll tracks going in all kinds of directions. You can't pick out this specific troll's track at that point.
Fair enough.
Want to push on up the mountain?
I'm ready.
Yeah.
Okay, so you push on up the mountain, and the higher you go, the colder it becomes. You start seeing snowfall, and the rest of the night passes relatively uneventfully. As the morning sun sort of creeps over the top of the mountains, ahead of you, you see two stone statues which stand next to a bridge. Looking over the bridge, you see a path that creeps up to some large stone doors with some innately carved stonework around it. It looks like it's almost been dropped into place, as though it hasn't been made by the hands of men. You can get a sense of the scale by looking at that picture. If you look at those statues, you can actually see three humanoid figures walking towards them, and they are quite large.
Wow.
Varric would like to collect some snow and throw it at Cologne.
Cologne would like to catch the snowball and throw it back.
Well, hang on a minute, Varric, you need to make a ranged attack roll first of all, see whether you hit him.
Natural 20!
Oh!
Hang on. 10 plus... Can't do it anyway.
No, the snowball just hits you square in the face.
Varric kind of laughs as he just walks past to touch you on the shoulder and goes, "Better luck next time."
Maris is just running on ahead, like a huge grin on his face. And he just turns to everyone and is like, "My entire life I've heard of this place, but I've never seen it. My God, this is a glorious sight."
Are you all going to head up towards the doors?
Yep.
Yep.
Wiping snow off my face.
Okay.
Varric will look back and grin at you.
As you reach the stone doors, the first thing that strikes you is the sheer size of them. These doors must be 40 or 50 feet high. They're absolutely enormous, and they are really intricately carved. It's been a real labour of love to produce such amazing stonework. It then dawns on you that the doors to this place are actually slightly open.
Well, at least we know that Lord, what's the call it? At least he's inside.
Are there any more tracks in the snow leading up to the door, or...?
There's fairly obviously one set of tracks that leads up towards the door that's probably a few days old and it's started to be filled back in by the fresh snow. Yeah, they seem humanoid, but beyond that, you can't make much more of not much more sense.
Varric's going to walk up to, I forget which one of you two is the Scottish one, the cleric. But he's going to walk up and be like, go in?
Absolutely, lads. The whole world is at stake here.
And he kind of nods to you and just kind of walks up to the door and goes to push it open.
Okay, the door swings open relatively easily, which surprises you, takes you off guard a little bit. You expected it to be really heavy. Who's first into the...
I think D7 would probably want to...
Is it dark in here? How dark is it?
Sorry, Andy, you broke up towards the end. You say you want to scout ahead of the pub?
Yeah, just to check for traps.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's put these 7 in here then. So, Andy, your screen has probably just turned completely black.
Yes, it has.
And you can actually see the corridor?
I can, yes.
Excellent, we're there. Great. Who's in after D7?
Me, Cersei.
That's Cersei.
Yeah, I have dark vision, 60 feet.
Yeah, that's cool. Your token's already set up for dark vision. So I'm just going to put you into the temple.
Goliaths don't have dark vision, do they?
No, I don't think so.
No, I don't think they do. Can you see the inside of that temple now, Cersei?
No, black.
Excellent, good. That's what I wanted to say. You should be able to see some red circles.
Yep.
What I need you to do is drop your token inside the red circle.
Okay.
If we're making our way into a darkened hallway, I will be lighting a torch.
That's cool. I'll give you a torch as soon as you step in. So the torch will light stuff up for you and other people around you as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of the nice things that Roll20 does.
Yeah.
So before we bring some more people in, D7, do you want to move down that corridor? You've got a door immediately to your right, but you can move down just to make some room for some other people.
I'd rather just check to see if there's any pressure plates or lights in front of me.
Yeah, absolutely. Graham, roll yourself a perception check.
You've learnt from Thorin's mistake.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's how Thorin would act. Charge you, thump things. Don't think about it. Right, I've got 11.
There is nothing which gives you cause for concern.
Okay. I'm going to cautiously move as far as I can see.
Okay, so you can see 2 doors that lead off to your right. Both of those doors are stone doors and they're closed. There's also one stone door dead ahead of you. I don't know if you can quite make it out yet. But if you want to stop there, that's absolutely fine.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to carry on. Just get up to that end stone door there.
Okay, lovely. So you pause there for a second. Cersei, you're in there at the moment. You should be able to see D7, and you can probably see both doors.
Yeah, I can. I'll just be right here.
Okay, who's third into the temple?
Maris will go in next.
Followed closely by Varric.
Okay, let's put Maris in first of all.
And I've got dark.
Have you got a black screen?
Yeah.
Excellent. So you should see those red circles again. I just need you to drop your token in the red circle.
Yeah. Ooh.
Lovely. And hopefully now you can see the corridor. You can probably see Cersei. You may even be able to see D7 because you have got some dark vision. So you can move up to wherever you want to move up to. Then.
I'm gonna move up to Cersei. And just be like, are you alright there, lassie?
Yep, real good. Actually, can I check if there are any like mushrooms growing on the?
Sorry, say that again. You want to check?
If there are mushrooms growing on the walls.
Yeah, you can quite easily see that there are no signs of life on the walls whatsoever. There's no moss, there's no mushrooms, there's nothing. It is just plain stone.
Aww.
Who was next?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just moving you into the temple. Bear with me.
Bearing with.
Hopefully you've got a black screen.
I do indeed.
Excellent. And you should now see the red circles if you drop your token into the red circles.
I'm just trying to figure out. Oh, yep, I see the black circle. Whip and pop.
Fantastic. You should be able to see some distance ahead of you. I can't forget how much, but it's all preset. So you move yourself up to wherever you want to move up to.
I'll move up to there, and as I do, I will say forward. I'll say to the others in here and go, dark. No eye.
At hearing this, Maris is going to reach out for the Barrack's hand and say, "You just stay close to me, lads. We'll get through this together, all right?"
Barrack puts his paw on top of her head and goes, like you're a giant walking stick, because you're probably about the right height, and goes, oh, okay.
Wow. Okay. Rude.
Okay.
Didn't realize when I joined this adventure there'd be some heightism going on.
You want high?
Yeah, go on then.
Barrack will bend down and put blindly, trying to poke himself in the eye. Will pick up this small figure in front of him and put her on his shoulders and say, take a hand and put it on his shoulder fur and go, hold.
How tall are you, Varric?
Yeah, that's him. And then he'll go back to carrying his weapon with Maris on his shoulders.
Yeah, how tall are you? Just remind me.
I'm 9 foot.
How tall are you, Maris?
4'4".
Yeah, it's going to be a bit cramped. It's 10 foot high, that chamber you're in.
Oh no.
So Barrett will lift you up and bang you into the ceiling, kind of lower you down again and go, sorry, and put you on the floor.
It's okay, lad. It's okay. I'm just going to have a bit of a headache for the next hour, so...
He kind of rubs your head and goes, sorry.
That's okay. We gotta learn something.
We've still got, who we got? Cologne, Maripos, Steve. Who's next?
I would have fallen in behind Varric.
Okay, I was going to put you in. And you said you had a torch as well, didn't you?
Yes, I lit a torch as I walked in.
Okay, so your screen should have gone black, and you should be able to see my little red circle.
Right.
You drop your token into that red circle first of all.
Is he the only one with a torch?
Probably.
I'm the only one that lit a torch.
Okay, as you light the torch, I'm going to use strategy and brighten it.
Smart.
Brighten it. Cool.
Yeah, I can just brighten the flames for a bit.
Where do you want to move to, Cologne?
Well, is that literally a solid corridor?
It is literally a solid corridor. You can get through. You can move through friendly people, so you could move right up behind D7 if you wanted to.
Luke. Oh, stupid thing's not moving. Hello. Right, hang on.
Oh no, the torch.
Yeah, I'm going to move up behind D7.
Okay, lovely. So that just leaves Maripos and Steve outside, doesn't it?
Yeah, so I will speak to Stephen and just say, Stephen, I think it's probably best if you wait by the door. You can come and tell us if anything is coming up the mountain. And then I step inside and leave Stephen sort of in the doorway.
Okay, cool. So hopefully your screen has gone black now, Chris.
It has indeed.
You should be able to see my red circle. You can drop Maripos's token into that red circle.
Yep.
Lovely, we're all in.
Excellent.
So you can move yourself up to wherever you want to move to.
I will stay at the back.
Okay, so in the corridor you're in at the moment, there are two doors, which head due south. They're both stone doors and they're both fairly solid, but they've got an obvious handle on them. The door which leads due east, the one that's directly in front of D7 at the moment, looks very similar, except the handle on it is gold. It's made of the purest, shiniest gold you've ever seen.
The door I'm in front of I'm going to bend down as far as I can, put my ear against it. Can I hear anything?
Make a perception check.
And 12.
You hear nothing at all. You hear complete silence.
Okay. I will look at D7 and indicate the door. And anything?
I am not aware of anything at present. Perhaps I should check this door. So I too listen against the door with a golden doorknob.
Okay, you can make a perception check.
Am I standing in front of a door?
A mighty 2.
So, D7, you know there's nothing unusual about the door whatsoever.
You go in the
Varric,
door.
asking if you're still in front.
Yeah.
Yes, you are. You are still in front of the door furthest to the west.
I'm going to look over at what Cologne and D7 are doing. I'm going to look down at Maris, and then I'm just going to open the door.
You're just going to open it.
Eric, I love you.
No, don't be doing that.
He's going to do it.
Excellent.
I rolled an intelligence and rolled a natural 1, so yeah, he's too stupid. Opens the door.
Have you met
No!
Varric? He has impulse control issues.
Are
He
there,
goes
Nobody's opening random doors.
are there any cracks on the door?
Hang on a second. Right, Varric, you've opened this door, yeah?
Yes, I've opened the one.
Let me open that for you.
I love the conviction of sticking with that roll.
I rolled a natural 1 on intelligence. He's just stupid enough to open the door.
So, Varric, you should now be able to see through that door. You should see the corridor heading due south.
And I kind of just look down it and go and shrug and turn to Maris and go, nothing there, nothing there.
Eh? And I just like shove him slightly to the side so I can have a look in the room.
If you move your token, you'll get a better look. So you just move yourself on top of where Varric is at the moment.
Okay. He's right. There's nothing in here. That's slightly odd.
Is it a room or another corridor?
Great.
It's just a corridor. But I think it widens out at the end.
Go down?
No, Varric, do not enter without checking traps.
He kind of looks at you quizzically and goes, traps? Question.
Bad
Things
things.
that hurt.
Oh. Guy just waves at you and goes, eh.
Can I open the door in front of me, please, Mr. Deer?
You absolutely can. Let me open that. There you go. That door's open. You can see down that corridor as well.
So
I too
weird.
have a corridor. Seems to turn to the right.
Can I just like check to see if like there's anything out of place, like if there's like any indications that the hallway could be trapped?
Yeah, absolutely. Make a perception check.
That is an unnatural 20.
You see nothing that makes you think the hallway is trapped. You've obviously seen lots of stonework, being a dwarf, but this is nothing like you've ever seen before. There's no imperfections in this stonework whatsoever. It's perfectly carved, leaving no room to put a trap, even if you wanted to.
Well, I can answer you now, laddie. That it ain't trapped here, and whoever made this, it's some fine craftsmanship, if I say so. So if you want to follow after me, we'll take it slowly.
Gold door. Varric points over to D7.
Yeah, D7 he's uncertain. He didn't trust the original check. He wanted to be 100% sure. So he's going to have one more listen.
Okay.
That's fine, but because it's the second check on the bounce, you're going to make it with disadvantage.
Eight.
Yeah, you still don't see anything that gives you any cause for concern. As far as you're concerned, it's a stone door with a gold door handle.
Okay.
Is there any cracks on the door that for an insect to go through?
Looking at that door, it has the same level of craftsmanship as the rest of the stonework.
Cersei, I believe the door to be a perfect fit.
Yeah, I guess.
So can I open it?
Yes, you can. Just before you do that, Maris, I saw you running down that corridor there. Did you see what's at the bottom?
I might have.
Yeah. I think we might need to put you back near the bottom so you can deal with the consequence.
Hang on.
As Varric is standing there and would have watched her walk down the corridor, can I turn around to everyone and go, "Oh, Maris, walk," and point, and then follow her?
Can I just ask, is this like a dwarvish trait? Because you've got a dwarf in our other part, it does the same thing?
No, that's just Joanne's in pain.
Well, Maris, you've gone down this corridor, and as you've turned, ahead of you, you see this ghostly figure just kind of suspended in the air. It doesn't kind of go for you. It doesn't make any kind of aggressive move towards you. It just hangs and watches.
Just seeing it, I just go, "Peace, spirit. I mean no harm. I'm merely having a look. What brings you here, my friend?"
Make a perception check for me, please.
Perception?
Perception, yeah.
Oh, sorry, carry on.
That's a natural 20.
Okay, you notice one real striking detail which really resonates with you. This spirit has no mouth. Where its mouth would be, it's completely melded shut. You know from your study of religion, particularly within the All Havens, that the symbol of the god Veren, the god of secrets, is a closed mouth. And you immediately draw the similarities that this spirit, this apparition, shows towards the god Veren.
Ooh.
Ah. Right, okay.
I was just going to say, as soon as I heard her say the word spirit, being naturally pretty wary, Maripos is going to cast Armour of Agathis on himself.
Ooh.
Okay.
Just gives him 10 temporary hit points, and anything that hits him takes 10 points of cold damage.
Yeah, no problem.
Working off the same thing as Maripos, as Varric hears her say spirit, he's going to walk forward and move it like, "What's going on?" Thinking, and he's going to clutch his bag of pebbles as he does so.
Just seeing Varric slowly come up to me, I'm just going to raise my hand and just try and tell him just to indicate to just take it steady and not to rush or do anything to.
As you put your hand up, Varric kind of nudged you and puts both his hands back on his axe like he's ready to attack something.
Maris, what do you do with this spirit that's kind of just hanging in the air in front of you, looking at
Oh.
Nothing. She leaves.
No! Come back!
Hello?
Hello?
Hi,
Hi.
back.
Sorry, I had no idea what happened there.
Was the ghost really that
That's absolutely
scary?
fine. It was the spirit. It's fine. So this spirit's hanging in the air in front of you. It's looking directly at you. You can feel it almost looking into your soul and searching around in your brain, looking at your deepest, darkest secrets. What can you do with it?
I'm just going to let it do what it needs to do.
Can you make a wisdom save, please?
That is a... Hang on, let me just double check my wisdom. 17?
Okay, as you're stood looking at this spirit, you physically feel it push its way into your brain. And before you can even control yourself, you find yourself speaking. And out loud, you shout at the top of your voice one of your deepest, darkest secrets.
Yes.
I hate being a dwarf! I hate being stuck in the dark all night! I wish to be free! Away from my blood!
Barrett looks confused at you. He's like, you not dark like? Scratches his head a bit.
With that, as you look towards this ghostly apparition, it fades and disappears.
That really hurt my throat. Okay.
I'm assuming from where we are, me and D7 heard that shout.
You all heard that. Even Stephen heard that, Sharon. He stood outside.
Because I'm
Yeah.
making a decision. I'm assuming that I heard the shout from this corridor, so I've moved to here.
Yeah, absolutely. So you can come down that corridor and you can see they both join up, and it's just a U-shaped corridor.
I cautiously move towards Maris. Just sort of
What the
look
hell is
around.
going on?
Maris, okay?
Look, he's quite shaken, so he just looks to Varric and I'm like, aye, lad. I'll be fine. As soon as we get out of this blasted corridor.
He looks at you and just nods a bit and lifts his axe again.
Okay, cool. So what we do then? We can head back up to the top and maybe try.
Yeah, please.
I'm going to move forward and check on the dwarf, just make sure the dwarf's okay. Just basically put my hand on his shoulder. Are you all right?
I will be. I just
What
need to get
happened?
out of this. I was trialed by one of the gods. I feel like they were happy with what was said.
So logically, that's one down, 11 to go.
Possibly. It's hard to tell right now.
As the two of you were talking, you can see Varric kind of counting on his fingers, trying to figure out what you're trying to say, and then just turns around and walks off.
Oh.
Okay, I'm going to make my way back up to where I was.
I'm gonna head back to where I was as well.
Okay, so you're back up in that corridor, yeah?
Yeah.
As Maris comes past me, I'm just gonna put my hand on his shoulder and just say, "I too know what it is like to hate being the race you were born as."
Mattis doesn't say anything. He just has shifty eyes and just nods his head as he pushes forward.
Okay, D7, you're stood at that door. Are we opening?
I'm going to firstly turn to Cologne and ask, question, why do organics judge themselves by their race?
My friend, if I had the answer to that, I'd have the answer to the universe. I do not know.
So I shrug and I turn to the door.
Hello?
Sorry, the echo was quite bad there. What was it you did after that?
Oh, I still got the echo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's because we're in
Yeah.
That's commitment.
Yes,
That's
that is
dedication.
Role-playing, that is.
So I turn to the door and I open it.
Okay. The door opens.
Okay.
Whoever's going to step into that room first, if you step through that door and stand on the other side, I'll tell you exactly what you see and notice.
Well, I'm at the front.
I'm going to indicate
Cautiously.
D7's after you.
Okay, D7, you step into this circular room and it is eerily quiet. Carved into the floor is a large icon of a closed mouth. Otherwise, the room is totally empty.
Okay, I'm gonna draw my sword and ready myself in case.
Okay, no problem. What we're going to do, I want you to move one square at a time through that room, up to your maximum speed.
Do you want me? I would be following behind D7, basically offering backup. Do you want me to move as well, or do you want to describe as D7's going? Or
I'd like D7 to move first, and then when Andy doesn't want to move any further for any reason, then he'll stop, and then we'll move back down the line. So then we'll do Cologne after
Okay.
that, then Cersei, Maris, so on.
yeah, cool.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna check the square at 5 o'clock to me for a trap before moving.
Okay, make a perception check.
12.
As you look at the floor, you notice that it is a slightly different shade to the patch that is next to it.
So is it a different shade to the one I'm standing on?
Yeah, it's a little bit darker. Not massively, but just noticeably. It's the kind of detail that you as a Warforged would notice because it's inconsistent.
I would suggest avoiding these darker tiles. They do not look as well trodden. I'm going to move to this one first of all.
Okay, that's fine. Next square.
Me again.
Yeah, unless you want to stop there, you can
Okay.
move up to your speed. So you've gone 5 feet so
Okay, I'm going to continue on the lighter squares.
Okay, stop where you are. As you put 1 foot forward, as it comes into what you would have expected to be the stone floor, your foot falls through the floor. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
$14.
Okay, so you pass it, you manage to keep your balance, move back to the original square that you were in. You manage to keep your balance and step backwards away from this false floor, which you nearly fell through. So that's 10 feet of your movement to go 5 feet forward and 5 feet back. So you've still got another 3 squares.
This room has many surprises, I think. So I'm going to do another. This time I'm going to check the square at about 8 o'clock to me for a trap.
Yeah, okay.
14.
looking at that square, there's something not right about it. Where every other tile is completely perfect, this one has got imperfections.
As I don't need to drink, but I believe I am carrying a water bottle, I'm going to take the water bottle from my pack and throw it onto the...
Okay, just give us a dexterity roll.
24.
You hit that. You hit exactly where you were aiming for. The bottle falls through the floor, and you hear it smash on the ground below.
Indeed. I'm going to try to go onto the darker square now. Very limited options left.
Is that the one directly to your 6 o'clock?
Or no, I'm going to. I think I'm going to try and edge around the outer rim of the room. So I'm going to look.
So you broke up towards the end of that. Are you going to look at the total
No.
12?
At 1 o'clock.
Okay, yeah. So make a perception check.
13.
There is nothing unusual that stands out to you about this tile.
So I'm going to move on to it.
And it is solid. It supports your weight as you step onto it. You've got 2 more squares of movement left.
D7 has fully disappeared from my view now.
I can only
Yeah,
say
same.
anything.
If it dies
3
now, I
o'clock.
won't know.
He
Looking
will
at 3
go
o'clock.
down.
Okay, 3 o'clock. Yeah, another perception check.
10.
You're not sure about this one. You look at it and you are 50-50.
Don't die, we need you.
Does he risk it for a biscuit?
No, I'm going to give it another try. Presumably it's
Yeah, so you can make a second check, but you'll make it with disadvantage.
12.
You're now more certain that it is safe and it's a solid tile, but you still can't be 100%.
I'm going to try. I move across.
You very, very cautiously place 1 foot forward, and it finds a solid tile, and you move another step closer across the room. You've got one more square of movement before we move on to the next.
Oh my god.
I'm going to check the again. 19.
Which tile are you checking? Sorry,
3 o'clock.
19.
Immediately, yeah.
You are pretty certain that is a false tile, and if you stand on it, you're going to fall straight.
Okay. 5 o'clock.
Okay.
14.
You think it's safe. You're pretty certain it's safe.
Okay, so I'm going to move across.
And your thoughts are confirmed it is a safe tile, but that is where your movement ends for now. So next down the line into the room is Cologne. So your first...
What I'm going to do now is I'm going to, because I've been watching D7 the entire time he's been, every time he stepped on a square that was safe, I'm going to step on the same square and carve an X onto the tile with dark.
So just to be clear, you're going to step onto a tile and then carve an X into it, yeah?
Yeah, and then step on the next safe tile, carve an X, step on, basically creating a path of X's through the room.
Okay, that's fine. I hope you made a note of which squares he was on, because I'm not going to tell you.
So,
Your first square, Cologne. Let's see how good your memory is.
basically, that
Oh
one.
my god.
That is a safe square.
Then it was that one.
Also a safe square.
Then it was that one.
Yep, still safe.
And then it was that one.
Absolutely, yeah. Those are the squares that he was in. What
So
I'm going to
now-
do to mark the crosses, I'm going to just drop a torch onto each of those tiles.
Yeah.
Because that's the quickest and easiest way of me doing it, and everyone should be able to see the torches laying on the floor. Those three torches will be crosses carved into the floor. It'll also give you a little bit more visibility into the. So next, well, you could go another square if you wanted to, but you'd have to be able to clear where D7 is stood.
So hang on, where are we? 5, 10, 15, 20. 30. See, I can do 40 feet of movement. However, I believe that D7 is more perceptive than I am, so I'm going to stay where I am.
Okay, that's fine. Next up then, Cersei. Cersei, you can move right through to the door and then start counting your movement from...
Okay. Here, that's 10, right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Let's see. Is there anything? I have a crowbar. Can I use it to hit the floor that's diagonal from me?
Yeah, in which direction? Do you mean diagonally down? So this square?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, absolutely. So you grab your crowbar, you smack it against the floor. The floor is solid, and that is a safe square.
Okay, then I'll move over there.
Okay, so that's 15 feet.
I'll do the same for just down from me.
So you can indicate where you're looking. If you take your mouse and you left click and hold, I'll see your circle.
I'll see circles, right? Okay. How do I?
So just hover over the square you want and then left click and just hold the left mouse button down. It should ping the circle for you.
I have to click my icon first?
No, just
No,
hold.
just click the ground.
There you go.
Oh, okay, yeah, this one. I'll hit this one as well.
Okay.
Is it safe?
It is safe.
Okay, then I'll move. That's 20. Then I'll hit this one. Is that one safe as well?
I didn't see your circles. Which one are you after?
This one.
No, I still can't see. Give me an up, down, left, or right.
Down.
Down, yeah, okay, so you hit that one. That's another solid square.
Okay. And then up, that's 25. So I'll do a cross to, just right to both of them.
Both of them. So the one directly next to you, you hit, and it's solid, so you move on to it.
Yep.
And the one after that, you hit, but as you hit it, the ground doesn't give way, but it's a false floor, and you lose the grip on your crowbar, and it falls to the bottom of the pit.
Okay, that's fine.
It's just worth mentioning as well, these aren't really false tiles, they're like illusions, so they're always there. You don't break through anything, which means even the ones that Cersei has hit will still appear as proper tiles.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
So how much movement was that already?
That's 30 feet you've done so far.
Okay, I think that's my full movement. Yeah, that's my
Okay, Merit, you're next, so you can move right up to the door as before, and then start counting.
Okay. So that's 5.
Yep.
10.
Yep.
15.
Yeah.
20.
Yep.
And that's all my movement.
Okay, so you're going to have to use a dash action to clear the space because at the moment you're on top of D7.
Okay. I can't really check to see which one is safe, can I?
Not really, because the dash action is going to be your bonus.
Okay, I say a quick prayer to Bane, and I go on the one in front of me.
You step onto it, it is a solid stone. You're safe where you are.
Oh my god!
Okay.
Thank me, Christ!
Is your go, Varric? Move yourself up to the door, and then you can start counting squares.
Okay. Oh, big circle. Okay, let's see how badly this is gonna go. Okay. He kind of looks around all everyone who's spreaded out this room and sees the torches on the floor, and steps onto the torch on the floor.
Yeah, safe.
And kind of steps onto the next one.
Still safe.
Kind of looks around, sees the next one, steps on that one.
Still safe, yeah.
Looks a bit quizzically at Cologne, and then kind of just pulls out his rope, ready to throw it to somebody if they fall.
Are you stopping there, are you?
He ain't going any further, but he's pulled out his 50 feet of hempen rope just in case.
Okay, lovely. Maripos.
I am gonna play it safe, I think, and just move up these two on the torches. Not gonna go over the top.
Okay, you finishing up there?
Yeah.
Okay, so back to D7 again then.
Okay, to speed things up, I'm going to put an arrow in my bow and fire it in the square directly south of Maris. See if it goes through.
Sorry, mate, was that the one underneath where Maris has stood?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, the arrow goes, that's the one. The arrow goes straight through the floor and you hear it bounce off the sides of the walls as it clatters.
Okay, so I'm going to now do the same thing. This one more straight below me.
So the arrow hits that part of the floor, skids along the floor, skids along this tile and along this tile before disappearing down this tile.
So in that case, I can move to there.
Yep, still safe.
And then I'm going to do the same thing, the one here, with a view to getting towards that door.
Yeah, the arrow skids along both of the tiles in front of you and wedges itself underneath the door.
So I go up to the door.
You absolutely can. You want to open the door?
I'm going to listen at the door first.
Okay, make a perception roll.
Another dice on the floor. 16.
Is that 16?
16, yeah.
I thought you said 60. I was going to say that's a brilliant dice.
So that's a good D20 roll, that is. As you listen at the door, you hear the sound of roaring fire.
I turn to the to my friends and shout, "We could be in for some trouble here. There is fire from the other side of this door."
When you say fire, what kind of fire?
As in a roaring fire.
As in a roaring blaze, a volcano? There's a lot of different...
It sounds like a blaze. I cannot tell you from what origin.
Okay.
Are you ending your turn there then, D7?
I think I'm going to have to take a gamble.
Take the gamble.
Yeah.
If I don't, we're all going to be. If we don't, we're all
Yeah, we're just
going
going
to
to
nowhere else to go out. So yes.
I've got rope ready.
Sorry, Andy, you broke up at the end again there. You say you're going to open the door?
I'm going to open the door, but I'm going to prepare myself to jump back to the fire.
Before you do that, everyone, let's have a moment of silence for D7.
Really resisting the urge to cast fog cloud on him.
And then push.
D7 opens the door, and all you see is a corridor ahead of you that turns around to the left with the brightest, most brilliant, blazing light filling that corridor.
Okay, I'm just going to move into the corner here.
You stopping there, or are you going up towards the end?
Okay, I'm going to just, yeah.
Okay. Directly ahead of you is a figure suspended, sort of hanging from the air. It's vaguely human-shaped, but as it hangs there, it looks like the sun. To look at this figure is to look at the sun blazing in the midday sky. It's really, really bright, even for your enhanced sensors and what you're built for. This is almost too much for you to even look at.
I stagger back against the wall and step out of the line of sight just to recover my senses.
Yeah, okay, no problem. Is that it for D7 at the moment?
That's it for D7, yeah.
Okay, Cologne.
Well, I'm going to follow the path, but I'm going to be doing the marking on the ground as I go.
So you're still marking as you go, yeah?
Yep.
Okay. All good so far?
And I'm going to stop there.
Okay.
I still have movement left. Can I feel any heat from those flames?
Yeah, you absolutely can, even more so than D7 could, obviously, because you're made of flesh and bone. It isn't painful, but it is uncomfortable.
Hmm. 10, 15,
Anything else for you?
30. Yeah, I'm moving forward. 35. I'm going to move to there. That's my full movement.
Okay, lovely. Maris.
Is it my go? I thought it was Dirty Neck.
Is it? I might have written you down the wrong way around. Cersei then.
Oh, okay. I'll just follow in. Just 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I'll stop just over there.
Okay, no problem. Maris.
I'm just going to follow the torches. I'll just stop about there.
Okay, Varric.
Same thing. He'll carry on walking along the X is on the floor with his rope in hand, and the axe in the other.
And Maripos.
Yeah, exactly the same. I'm just gonna.
I thought you might.
The rear.
Lovely. Okay. And on that note, so D7, not D7, Cologne, you're now at the front of the group. You can see this figure ahead of you, this burning bright figure, which is really difficult for you to look at. What do you want to do with it?
Is there heat? Is the heat and fire emanating from this figure? Or is the corridor on fire and the figure just happens to be in it?
No, it is the figure that the heat is coming from. It's almost like there's a small sun in that corridor with you.
I think this will be a test of faith.
Famous last words.
So we're
It's
going to
fine.
pray for you.
You watch Cologne basically kneel on the floor and hold his hands together, and just the only way you can. He looks like he's centering himself. He stands up and starts walking forward.
Okay.
Are the
Figure doesn't
flames
move. He stays where he is.
are the flames getting more painful as they get closer, or
Not at the point of pain, but you are. It is uncomfortable. You can't look ahead at where you're going now. You've got to avert your gaze because it is just too much.
I'm going to step forward one more time.
It's now unbearable.
Am I taking damage?
No, not at the moment.
Is it to the point that if we stay in the room too long, we might get a point of exhaustion?
To the point where if you stay with him too long, you might get a nice suntan, but that's probably about it. Just as you steel yourself to take another step, that final leap of faith, Cologne, you hear this voice in your head, and it simply says, "You will be tried by the sun god." And with that, that figure flies directly through you, out the other side, down the corridor, past D7 and through the wall. Because it flew through you, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Right. Con save. Yeah, that's a 10.
Okay, so unfortunately that's a fail. You take 3 points of fire damage.
Right.
That's not too bad.
I can live with that.
Yeah, but that's it. That figure disappears. The heat has suddenly just disappears. It vanishes. The light goes, and it almost the temperature you feel it plummet as the cold starts to take back hold of that corridor.
Can I do a Bill Goldberg breathe that smoke, please? Because that would be quite cool.
Yeah,
Nice.
if you like.
So I will do that. And then I will sort of steel myself and take... Well, hang on. We're 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Come on. I will stop there and see what I can see.
So directly ahead of you is another one of those stone doors. It looks exactly the same as a stone door that led into the first oval room. It has a gold handle and it perfectly fits the door frame. If everybody else wants to move up in whatever order you want to move into that room in, and then we'll figure out what happens when you walk.
Whatever happens, I'll stay at the back.
Message from the dark side there is.
That's Yoda again. He wants to play too.
Okay, Cologne, you opening that door or you going in?
I'll look back at D7 and sort of indicate the door as a questioning gesture.
D7 understands your concern and suggests that you check if you can hear anything.
Okay, I will take the advice. I will listen to the door.
Okay, make a perception.
Yeah, that'll be 7, so...
You hear nothing at all. It's complete silence.
I can't even hear my own heart beating, so that's fine. I will open the door, because why not?
Okay. So open the door. You want to move 1 square in.
All right.
I forgot I've got to open the door for you, haven't I?
Yeah.
Bear with me.
I tried to open the door, but it didn't want to.
There you go.
Right.
So just move 1 square in. I'll give you a bit more visibility of what's going on. Just move the torch up with you as well. A line in the centre of this room sits an altar with an empty brazier, its wrought iron basket charred black by flames no longer present. Carved into the floor is a blazing sun.
What do you see?
I see an altar and a sun. But apart from that, the room is empty.
A sun, like the one we just saw.
No, carved in the ground. Maybe connected, but I'm not sure.
That sounds like one of the gods of the pantheon.
Which one?
The god of... What is his name? I can never remember it. I wish the random voice in my head would help me out here.
Wouldn't that be so useful? But that random voice might be able to remind you it's the god Sayanan, god of the sun, god of daytime, light, and sight.
Thank you, random voice in my head. It's Sayadam, the god of sunlight.
Can I walk towards the altar?
You absolutely can.
Tread carefully.
Yeah, I'm going to go one step at a time, like one square at a time, as it were. That spirit thing that went through. Do I feel any different?
No, not at all.
Okay. I'm going to move up and inspect. I'm assuming the circular thing is the altar.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's the brazier. So if you want to have a look, you make a perception check.
Yep. $10.
So looking at this, the only thing that you managed to gather from it is that it has been recently lit.
Right. Okay. Is there enough stuff in there to burn, or would I need to put something in there to? Is it brazier that is ready to be lit and it has recently burned, or is it just ashes?
No, it could be lit. There's enough in there for it to be lit.
I'm going to light it.
Okay, what are you lighting it with?
The torch I'm holding.
Oh, of course, I forgot about that. So you take that torch and you light the brazier, and it illuminates the room. And the carved sun on the floor seems to catch the light and throws it towards the door in the southeast corner of the room, which you hear a loud click come from.
There you go.
Man, I'm imagining the noise from the Zelda games when you unlock the secret.
I'm going to wait until everybody's come into the room now.
Cool. If everyone else wants to move into the room, however you want to arrange yourselves, if you stand on something which you shouldn't stand on, I'll tell you. I love how cautiously you're all leapfrogging your way over.
I'm just waiting here for everyone else to make a mistake.
I've done my job. I lit the torch.
So someone's going to need to go up to that door. I don't know who's going to buy the bullet.
Barak's that.
Okay.
Barak's Trigger, he wants to open the door.
Barak wants to open the door. I'm just going to slide you up to slide the dwarf out from underneath you.
Okay.
There you go. So you're
Already on it.
Yeah?
I'll just walk up and open it.
Yeah, absolutely. Why not? The door opens. It's.
Say again, sorry? Oh, there we go.
Sorry, I forgot. So the door's made of the same stuff as the previous doors, a stone with a gold handle, and it swings open easily, revealing the passageway which turns due south. What would you like to do? Where would you like to go?
I'll turn back to the rest of everyone and go. Go.
I look up to Varric and is like, "Aye, lads, just know we'll be right behind you."
He nods, turns around, and just takes a step in, and then turns around and goes, "Dark."
I cast Thaumaturgy and create a bright spark to light the way.
Okay. Sorry, was that Maris?
Yeah.
Okay, hang on. Let me make you bright.
It's just like, oh, hallelujah.
Wasn't it you earlier who cast a spell to make me distracted? Because if you're doing something like that again, I might just stare at you. You cast light, and I'm like, ooh, shiny. I remember this light.
It's like, oh, this was the light I was chasing earlier.
You are now emanating light. You probably can't really tell from where you're stood at the moment, but you are.
I turn back to Maris and kind of point down this way.
Which
and
way?
then kind of this way. Can you see my blue circle?
Oh, yes, I see it now.
I point that way and go, huh? And then I turn around and point this way and go, oh, come on, this way and go, huh? And I kind of point which direction, as in, where do you want to
go? You lead the way, Sir Fearborg. We'll be following you.
All right.
Where do you think is the best?
He nods and kind of just starts walking this way.
Before catch
go on.
up with everyone, can I just listen at this door?
Yeah, of course. Make a perception check.
Natural 20.
Nice.
I hate to disappoint you, but you hear nothing at all.
Okay. At least
So
I'm
you naturally
confident
mean
about
doing
that.
nothing.
It's actually,
He
even
confidently
with the natural 20, it's a 19. Because I got -1.
Welcome to my level of intelligence. I turn back to Maris, pointing this way, and go, blocked.
Oh no, actually I got a +1. Nice.
And then carry on walking.
So I just want to check with you all. We were obviously due to finish 9:25, but we're not nowhere near finished yet. Are you all happy to?
Yeah, I'm happy to.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is good. So
I've got to go work on Monday.
Monday.
Thankfully, it's only a Saturday.
Yeah, it's a good
Who's
game.
going up to that door then? Who's taken this room on?
I mean, Varric is kind of in front of it, so...
I would kind of suggest the fact that I'm 9 foot tall and probably rather wide, that nobody would probably be able to get past me. So I'll go to the door and kind of... I've been mimicking what I've been watching what the others have been doing, and they've been like putting their ear up to the door. So I kind of just lean down and put my ear to the door, not really knowing what I'm supposed to do.
Seeing as you don't know what you're doing, make a perception check with disadvantage.
Just headbutt the door.
Well, that's what I think Varric would do. Let's have a look. What did I get?
Before you do that, can I just touch his shoulder and cast Bless?
It's up to the DM.
So, whenever you make an attack roll or a saving roll in the future, yeah, you get a d4.
Okay. Well, you'll be pleased to know that my 2 rolls, including my bonuses, are an unnatural 20 and a 9.
Wow.
One of
So
those is good.
You listen at the door and you can hear something shuffling around.
I kind of start moving my feet back and forth to try and mimic the same sound, and then just open the door.
Okay, let me open that door for you.
Varric is very stupid, people.
I know, that's why Varys is following directly behind you to make sure nothing bad happens.
Well, you gotta love barbarians with thick. Great. Great fun. Just walk into things and do it anyway. Anyway, so yeah, I open the door.
Okay, so this room is an exact copy of the previous room, except that it's slightly smaller and has a large crescent moon carved into the floor. Your attention is suddenly grabbed by a large wolf-like creature which howls and charges at you.
Okay.
Which I will in a second. Hang on, bear with me.
Okay.
There it is.
Right.
I need everyone to roll initiative.
Yay!
Wait.
Okay. Let's see. What do I get? I got a 13.
Oh, Oh, natural 19.
16.
That is a 30-20.
Bear with me for 2 seconds, guys. Hang on to those numbers.
Can I just point out that if ever we're going by the whole, I fill this corridor quite evenly, nobody's going to get past me.
Oh, he's quite
Well,
big.
you can always move through a friendly player so people can get into the room.
They can crawl between my legs.
Yeah, dive between your legs. Just hope
Okay,
you don't
anyone
catch a
get
bag of
15
pebbles.
to a 20?
No.
20.
16.
Is that 30?
Yep, 20.
So 30 with a 20, Maris with a 16.
Yep.
10 to 15.
13.
Was that Cologne and Varric?
Yeah.
Yep.
2 13s. 5 to 10.
Oh, God.
What did you get, D7?
Oh, in Mighty 2.
Mighty.
Amazing. I got a 3. I didn't get to
Lloyd.
What I can't
Can I
work
just
out
point
is
out
how
you and I now both initiative rounds have had exactly the same number?
Yeah,
That's
I
what I was about to
rolled a 3 again.
First time it was an 18, now it's a 13.
it's almost like we should be working together or something. I don't know.
I know, because we knew each other from before this game started.
Weird that.
Hi, Cersei. You're acting first. What would you like to do?
Is the wolf already coming towards Varric?
The wolf at this point is angry. It's not just a wolf, it's much bigger than a wolf. But it's going to, you know, it's aggressive and it's going to come for you. We'll come for Varric.
Bring it.
Varric is 10 feet away from me.
That's right, yeah.
If the wolf is in range with Varric, the square just above him here, does it mean it's 15 away from me?
No, so the wolf at the moment is on the opposite side of the room to you. I don't know if you can actually see him, but he's all the way out the back there.
Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna take it. I'm gonna move up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 would be somewhere here, and then I am going to hold my action until it gets within range, and I'm going to attack it with my scimitar.
Okay, lovely. Maris.
I'm going to quiz past the Firbolg to about there.
Okay.
And then I'm going to give a swing at my mace.
Okay, yeah, no problem. Make an attack roll.
That is 21.
That's a hit.
And that's for 2 + 2, so 4 damage altogether.
Okay, yeah, 4 damage. Anything else?
No, I think that's all for now.
Okay, Cologne and Varric, you both hold 13, so whoever wants to go first.
You can go first, Nathan. I did last time.
Fair enough. Okay, I am gonna, let's have a look, 10, 20, run straight forward, right up to this creature, this face. I would rage, but as I've only got 1 left, I won't. But I will grab my great axe and recklessly attack it.
Okay, far away.
That's a 14 and a 19, so 24.
Yeah, that definitely hits.
Woo! I forgot the +4. Can I add the +4 to damage?
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Okay. Where is it? Too many dice. Right, there we go. Alright, roll a d12. I rolled 12. I add 3 for my strength, and then if I'm adding the d4, I add another 2. So that would be 17 points of damage.
Okay, so you slash into this this wolf creature. What you both do realise as you're attacking him, it doesn't seem to be leaving any mark on the creature.
Oh, well, that's not fun. I'm going to growl at it really loudly.
It's difficult to fight it
And if it goes for anybody but me, it has disadvantage on the attack roll, and I am done.
Okay. Colin?
I keep forgetting to explain what it looks like. Oh, God.
So I'm going to move to there.
Do you still have your torch with you?
Yep.
Cool.
Throw it in.
Yeah, I will do.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move, if it'll let me, which it won't. Come on, there you go. I'm going to move forward to there. So that's 5, 10, 15, 20. I have done 20 feet of movement. I can see the wolf where I am, can't I?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm going to drop the torch. I'm going to unsling my bow and take a shot.
Okay, yeah, make an attack roll.
23?
So 23.
23, yeah.
Yeah, that's a hit.
Two. Two. 3 points of damage.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's fine, yeah.
And then I am 5, 10. So I'm then going to move the rest of my movement 5, 10, 15 to there, I think. And then I'm going to do patient defense.
Sorry, I missed that last bit. What did you say?
And then I'm going to do patient defense.
Okay, yeah, no problem at all. Is that if you're saying then, yeah?
Yep, that's me done.
Okay, the wolf howls, doesn't move, and swipes towards Varric, which misses with one of his claws, and misses with his bite attack as well. But he doesn't move,
growl
stays
back.
where he is. Sorry?
I growl back at it.
Maripos.
Ooh. I am going to carefully move up. See what I can see. I'll get just inside the room. Assuming I can see the wolf from where I am.
Mm-hmm.
I am going to point directly at the wolf, and it needs to make a wisdom saving throw.
A 15.
Succeeds.
Mm.
So I point directly at the wolf and I say, what do I say? 2 seconds. Remember the name of my god. I just point at him and say, in the name of Cerulean, you die. But then he doesn't.
No one would do.
You're going to get ribbed for that one later.
Anything else, Maripos?
That's my turn, I believe.
Okay, D7.
Okay. 10, 15, 20. 25. I'm going to draw my bow and see if I can stick one between Maris and Varric.
Okay, make a range attack.
24.
Nice.
That is a hit.
Can I use this to price tag? Varric is within 5 feet.
Yeah, that's fine.
So that's 15.
Okay. Just before we carry on with the combat, Maris, can you make a perception roll?
Oh my Jesus, that's a natural 20.
Oh, awesome.
2 in a row.
What you notice with all of these arrows and these attacks flying towards this werewolf thing, it's not taking damage. It's not getting hurt. It's not going to slow it down.
Right, okay.
Going back to the top of the round then, it's Cersei's turn to act.
So, do I know that it's not taking damage? Did she relate?
That's up to Maris.
Yeah, I turn to everyone and I'm just like, if you have plan to attack, hold it. It's not doing anything.
See, that thing in the middle, what's inside?
It is an unlit brazier, exactly as it was in the room before.
Okay, I'm gonna, as my action, I'm gonna throw a torch inside.
Okay, make a rain.
I mean, I can
No,
walk up to
you
it.
can do that from where you stood. You don't need to make a roll for that. You're close enough to it.
Okay.
So you light the brazier, which immediately catches. And as you look towards this creature that's before you, you see as it slowly turns from this wolf-like creature into a man.
What? Holy shit.
The man is pretty much naked, not wearing any clothes. He collapses in a heap on the floor at Varric's feet and begs for mercy.
It's dragging
Rush. Are we still technically in combat, or?
Yeah, still acting in initiative order. So, is there anything else that Cersei wants to do at the moment?
Okay, fair enough.
I'll just walk. I'll go up next to the guy.
Okay, that's cool. So, Maris?
I'm gonna go over to the man and just like check to see, like, even though in his wolf form, like, he wasn't getting any injuries, just to see if, like, he's got any injuries now as a result of changing out.
Yeah, no, he's completely uninjured, just a little shaken.
Okay. I just try and steady him for a bit, and then I get my water skin out and just try and offer him something to drink.
Okay, as you offer him the water skin, he immediately stands bolt upright. His skin turns into a bluish grey colour, and he starts to emanate this really faint glow. He turns to you and says to you, "The blessings of the goddess Sailing, goddess of the moon, are upon you. Be healed. Every single one of you can go up to full HP if you suffered any damage whatsoever."
Woo!
The man then slowly fades away, and you hear... Sorry, it fades away, and you hear a click from the door behind you.
Okay.
Wow.
That'll do.
Yeah.
Barrick is incredibly confused. Very, very confused, and was already in mid-swing, so the axe guy just hits the floor, and he's just looking around like... and start, as the picture says, scratching his head.
Varric, don't worry. We won.
It points down to where the figure was. Enemy! Enemy! Gone!
Don't know worry, lads. That was no enemy. That was another god passing on their blessing.
Just
He turns to you and kind of shrugs and goes, God, me, meh.
I know, but just take it as a good thing, lad. And I pat him on his arm.
He nods down to you and picks his axe back up again.
Just as a reference, I've gone back and I've picked up the torch.
Yeah, that's cool. And when you move around, you will be able to move that torch as well. So if you just move it and drop it on top of your token as you go.
Okay.
Varric walks up to the door. Can anyone guess what he's going to do with it?
Is he going to check to make sure it's not trapped?
He's going to try not to headbutt it this time, but yes, he will do so, but not realising what he's doing. So disadvantage again?
Absolutely.
Perception. Let's have a little nosy. So I rolled an 11 and a 2, so my grand total is 6.
From beyond the door, you hear some deep laughter. Not evil, just really sort of deep, hearty laughter.
Is it laughter in such a way that it'd probably make me laugh as well? Infectious laughter.
It's very infectious.
All right, Varric, for some reason, starts laughing and just opens the door.
Okay.
So the door opens and there's a corridor directly ahead of you.
He starts walking down it, laughing. Confused at why he's laughing, but laughing.
As you approach that door at the other end of the corridor, the laughter gets louder.
I turn back and go, point at the door, look back at Maris and go, funny. And just turn and carry on walking. And then I do it again just because it's funny. I try and do perception at the door. At this point, Varric is probably just banging his head against the door.
I will find out what's behind this door by headbutting it.
Well, Hakuba, what did I text you guys the other day? If there's a door in the way and it's locked, I'll just hit it with an axe.
Or your face.
Yeah. Well, my face is just as hearty. Funny enough, I rolled 2 15s, so my perception is 19.
Wow, okay, I wasn't expecting that. Beyond the door, you hear more laughter. You notice the door is unlocked and you can easily open it. It's made of the same stuff the other doors were. It's a good fit in its housing. It's a stone door with a golden handle.
He opens it.
Okay, so whoever's going to step in the room first. So warmth radiates from this room, which was missing in the rooms that you've been in previously. Along the western wall is a tapestry, intricately woven. It depicts a large golden circle with 6 arrows radiating outwards. In the circle are different foods and drinks and depictions of people enjoying themselves. Running down the centre of this room is a large wooden table. There are enough seats for everyone, and each seat is a wooden goblet. At the head of the table sits a large, portly man, beaming from ear to ear, his rosy red cheeks taking over the vast majority of his face. Friends, his voice booms around the room. Come, sit and drink. Drink to your health and to mine.
Well, Varric at this point is apparently being stupid as well. He turns to Marius and goes, sit. And then...
Absolutely, lads. Go and get to see.
Walks over to here and just sits down, looking at moves the chair out the way and sits on the floor. Because last time he sat in the chair, he broke it. Still looking confused, laughing. It's like,
So if you want to take a seat at the table, this would be an interesting one for D7.
Cologne's not going to sit down. I want to do an insight check on this guy.
Yeah, what are you trying to find out?
I want to know if he's all he says he is, because he doesn't seem right to me. I want to see if he's being deceptive.
What are you talking about? It's clearly Santa.
Yeah,
he's going to be a god.
Yeah, absolutely. Insight away.
23.
You actually find his friendliness, his warmth, to be very genuine. He genuinely wants you to sit and have a good time with him. There's nothing deceptive, there's nothing evil about this person whatsoever. There's not an ounce of bad in his body.
Okay.
Do I need to roll a religion to try and remember who he is, or will the magical voice in my head just remember for me?
No, you'll realise straight away that this is the god Hela, who is the god of food, drink, parties, and festivity.
Fantastic. Thank you, mysterious voice who lives in my head.
You're very welcome. So as you're sat at this table, as everyone sat down everyone sat down. So the wooden goblets in front of you fill with this dark red liquid. And the man at the head of the table grabs his goblet, raises it, and declares, "To your health and to mine," and immediately downs the goblet before slamming the empty cup back down the table, and then gestures for you all to do the same.
I look at Maris, kind of a bit like, what do I do?
I just raise my cup up to the Barrett, give a toast, and then start downing the drink myself.
Barrett will grab the goblet, try not to crush it, probably damaging it slightly, raises it to his lips, gives it a sniff, and then cautiously drinks it.
Watching both of them take their drink, Cologne will sip at his.
I do the same. Cersei does the same.
If it tastes good, I down it.
It tastes really good. This
And then
is the nicest, finest wine. And the thing about this wine is it appeals to each of your individual tastes. So even one sip makes you want to drink.
One of the
I
major.
wait, and as soon as I notice that no one else dies, I then drink.
Oh, great.
Okay. D7, what are you up to in this whole...
D7 has no interest in... He doesn't consume any drink or food. But he is captivated by what looks like a small burning urn at the end of the room. And he turns to the others and says, "We do not have time for merriment. The other rooms to pass, we had something to do with..."
Barrett will look at you and go, "Metal man, drink, friend," and point to the figure at the bottom. "Polite." And glare at you.
Varric, I am unable to drink. I am not an organic like yourself.
He looks a bit confused at that, but moves his hand forward towards you, almost like, "Give me the glass then."
I slide it across to him.
I down it.
Okay, so at this point, I need to know, Maris, what's your constitution statistic? Not the modifier, the actual.
16.
And Varus the same?
Mine's 14. Constitution.
Cersei?
13.
D7?
16.
Maripus?
15.
Have I missed anyone?
Cologne 14.
Thank you, sorry. Okay,
Right.
what I want each of you to do is to make a constitution saving throw.
Ooh, I have.
Ah, shit.
23. I rolled a 19 plus 4.
Apart from Varric, who needs to make 2.
Oh.
11 for Cersei.
21. So 24 and 21.
That's an 18 for Maris.
Okay, yeah.
19 for D7.
19 for 7, yeah, no problem. Maripus?
20, not natural.
Very natural, lovely. As soon as you've drunk those drinks, all of the glasses immediately refill. The figure picks his glass back up again and retoasts to your health and to mine and downs another drink.
At this point, Varric's going to look a bit confused. And is going to move away.
Cologne is also going to put down his cup and try and step away from the table.
Okay.
D7 is going to take his cup over to this small fire and try and extinguish the...
Okay, as you try and pour the liquid out of the cup over the fire, it doesn't leave. The liquid stays inside the cup, almost like it's turned to a solid and you can't get it to pour out.
Then I try and smother the cup over the.
Okay, so you do that, and when you lift the cup back off again, the flame continues to burn brightly and the cup continues to hold the liquid.
I turn to the rest of the group. Ideas.
I'm going to move up to the door. Is it the same as the previous doors?
Yeah, it looks identical in every way.
I'm going to try the door.
It is locked.
I'm going to drink my drink again.
Okay, make a constitution save.
That's a 4.
Oh.
Okay, you're feeling a little bit tipsy now.
Oh. Does it fill back up again?
Yep, as soon as that cup lands on the table, it immediately fills back up again. Pella at the head of the table picks up his drink, toasts to my health and to yours, and downs another glass
Before
of the
he
drink.
downs his, can I use shape water to freeze his?
Yeah, absolutely. So the liquid doesn't come out of his cup, so he tries to kind of shake it out before bursting out in laughter, throwing the cup across the room, snatching the next nearest one, and downing that one instead.
I cast shape water on that one as well.
He finds it absolutely hilarious.
Says he's going to use thaumaturgy and dim the lights. The 2 braziers that are each end of the room. Does it do anything to the door?
Nothing appears to happen. There's obviously the light dims in the room, but nothing happens with the door.
Damn it.
Barrick walks over,
Sorry, go on. No, you're right.
Barrick walks over to the door with his ready, kind of expecting someone to either say no or he's just going to hit it.
I'm going to hold up my hand.
No one says a word.
I think it's a resounding, yeah, why not?
Okay, Barrick's going to push Cologne out the way, rear back, and give it a mighty swing at this door. He's going to go reckless against the door.
Okay, make an attack roll.
That would be a 19.
Is this a great axe you're using?
Yep.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
So you swing the great axe as hard as you can. It smashes into the stone wall and just ricochets back off it.
Max is going to do something quite stupid. Maris turns to, was it Hella or Pella, sorry?
Pella.
He turns to Pella and he's just like, "My Lord Pella."
What was that?
My Lord... That's exactly what he says.
That was Stephen falling through the traps in the other room. Oh god, he didn't know about the torch system.
Oh god. Anyway.
Oh well, he's gone.
Wait, he's finally dead.
Maris turns to Pella and goes, "My Lord Pella, I challenge you to a drinking contest. If I win, you let us go. If you win, I'll stay."
Barrick's
my
ears
head-
prick up at this.
Sorry?
Pella roars with laughter. He says, "My friend, drinking is all I wanted to do with all of you." He gestures towards you, and 4 goblets appear on the table, filled with this sweet red liquor. 4 appear in front of Pella as well, and he immediately downs all 4 of them.
I'm going for it.
I before you drown it, I go beside Maris. I touch him and I cast guidance on him.
Yeah. Guidance for the drinking.
So I need you to make 4 Constitution saves, please.
Okay, let me just grab 2 more d20s. 1 sec. Alright. Okay. Quick prayer to Lord Bane! Do me justice! Right. First one is 20.
Okay.
Second one was 16.
Okay.
Third one is an unnatural 20.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
And the last one is 9.
You have guidance? Use guidance?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, yes, I do. That's an extra d4, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
That's an extra 4 points on top of that one.
Hey,
Nice.
13 then, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so you down the 4 goblets like it's water. It doesn't even affect you. Pella, on the other hand, is a few more cups further in than you are. He seems to be going slightly redder and redder at the cheeks. But he sees you finish them. He looks at you and says, "Well met!" And 2 more of those goblets fill back up with the liquid again. Pella immediately downs his and then looks towards you.
Absolutely, let's do this.
We're gonna have a drunk
It's just
walk on our hands,
two
aren't we?
saves this time.
How many, sorry?
Just 2.
We're gonna have a drunk dwarf on our hands, aren't we?
One is 17,
Okay.
and the other one... Do I still have guidance, or is it just on one roll?
Just one roll.
Okay, then mind it. The second one is a 10.
10, okay. With the second drink, you start to feel it a little bit. But you finish it, you slam it down, Pella roars of laughter before another 2 cups fill to the surface. This time, before Pella drinks, he looks towards you, asking you to drink first this time.
D7 comes alongside Pella and says to Maris, "Wait. He said all he wanted was to drink with all of us. I am the only one not to have had a drink. I do not know if I am able to, but perhaps if I try, it will be enough to let us go."
Pella lifts one of the goblets, thrusts it toward you, and says, "Friend, drink with me."
I take the goblet and I put it to my mouth, and
I get under the chair and hide.
not knowing what's going to happen.
I wouldn't hit the door again.
Make a Constitution save.
22.
The liquid passes down what would be your throat and just kind of trickles down the inside of your body. You can feel it inside, and it feels almost alien to you and unnatural to you. But you don't suffer any ill effect from it whatsoever. Hella looks towards you as if waiting for your approval on the taste of the drink which he's given you.
Realising that he's looking for something, I merely nod.
Pella takes the knife and roars of laughter again. Says, "Friend, continue to drink with me." Thrusts another cup in your direction before looking back towards Maris, waiting for her to drink the 2 cups that have been placed in front of her.
I touch him again and cast guidance.
Okay. Holy shit. I can't even make this up. I just got 2 natural 20s.
What?
Fucking hell.
Take a picture.
Nice. Nice. So you down those drinks like they're nothing. Pella roars of laughter before putting the cups to his lips. Downs the first one, throws the cup across the table, chugs the second one, but as he does, he overbalances on his chair, falls backwards, and as his back hits the ground, his body explodes into a raging river of this liquid which he's been drinking. It flows down the room, back towards the door where you came in, It completely covers Maris. It takes Cersei and Maripos as well, takes you all by surprise, and sweeps you back towards the doorway. As you sort of regain your senses and look at what's going on around you, no sooner has it all happened than the liquid disappears.
Okay.
Varric tries the door.
Sorry, did you say Varric tries the door?
Yeah.
The door is unlocked. Would you like to open it?
Of course I do. Well, I'll actually this time, noticing that I noticed something through the door last time, I'll actually listen at the door.
Yeah.
Make a straight perception check then.
Personal growth. There we go. All right, a 13.
Okay. From the other side of the door, you hear the sound of what seems to be wood groaning under pressure.
Wood groaning under pressure.
Yeah, as if someone's like tightening something really, really tight around a tree trunk, and it kind of makes that groaning, grinding kind of noise.
Okay, well, I'll open the door.
Okay, you open the door and you see the path ahead of you turns right.
What the hell is that? I stand there scratching my head.
Directly ahead of you is a figure hung in the air, and it's wearing a white cloak, but you can quite clearly see on the cloak a figure of a tree.
I yell back to Maris because he's the one who's been like advising. I kind of shout back and go, "Tree, wood tree."
Is it a specific kind of tree?
You're talking to someone who literally knows one word for all trees. Tree. I kind of just look back and go, "What color is the tree?"
Maris, you can use your best judgment here, given what you've come across already, to assume that this represents the goddess Melora, the goddess of nature, life, wind, air, earth, and fire.
Varric!
Huh?
It's Lady Melora! Melora?
Melora.
Close.
Melora. It's
I
the
need to
goddess
do
Melora!
Do I need to do a religion check to figure out what she's actually talking about?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm literally just going to look back at her and go, "Tree!" and then step forward because I rolled a natural 1.
Awesome. So you're just going to step forward towards this figure that's hanging in the air, yeah?
Yeah, I'll just walk forward.
Yeah.
That sounds legit to me.
It doesn't hurt you. It doesn't harm you in any way whatsoever. You literally just carry.
I step through and I go, "Tree safe!" Or rather, "Tree safe!" And then walk up to the door.
The door in front of you is made of the same things as the other door. It's a stone door with a golden handle. Everybody else can filter into the room. And as more and more of you come into the room, this figure grows fainter and fainter until eventually it disappears from sight.
No.
Is the tree still there?
No, the tree's not there. It was what it was wearing.
Right.
Tree's gone. I'm going to listen at the door.
You hear... Well, make a perception check first.
12.
You hear nothing at all.
Alright, open and go through. It's another
Okay,
room.
so in this small room, you notice there's a tree carved onto the floor.
I kind of yell, "Tree!" again.
If you all want to filter up into the room, however you want to, and then we'll take it.
Come on.
Who am I standing next to?
That
You
is
are next to
Cersei.
Cersei.
I kind of look to Cersei because you kind of walked past me, and I point at the door and say, "Cersei's turn?" Questioning, as in, do you want to have a go?
Yep. That's actually what I was gonna ask. Can I make a nature check?
Yeah, checking what specifically?
I want to get the feel of the. Is there any? Is the trees? No, you said that there's a carving of a tree in the. On
Yeah,
the
that's
floor?
right. On the floor, carved into the stone, is a symbol of a tree.
So it's the same tree that Melora has taken.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Can I do? Yeah, I guess it would be a nature check on if there's if I can sense any living essence from the carving or anything around.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, go for it.
Is 17.
So you don't get much of anything come from the sort of the trunk of the tree and the leaves, but your attention is really drawn to the roots of the tree, which are visible underneath it. And the root network kind of goes off. What really sticks out to you is every single root touches another root.
Sorry, every single root. What?
All the roots touch each other. There's no root that's left on its own, and there's no root which is kind of set apart from the others. Every root is touching every other.
How big is this carving on the?
It fills the floor, so the head of the tree is up near where Varric is stood, and then the roots are right down the other end near where D7 is stood.
Door just moved closer to me. Is it a mimic?
Kill the door! Kill the door!
I swing at it.
Hold the door!
Sorry, I'll just put that back.
Please don't scare the party.
That's not terrifying in the slightest.
For some reason, I really want everybody to hold hands and form a circle.
What, in game or in real life?
In game.
I mean, either way.
Social distancing.
Oh god,
Yeah,
yeah,
I'm
we're
fine
not
with
doing
that
any of that.
That's the point. We should be 2 meters apart. We should still be the other end of the corridor.
Are we missing a dwarf? I can't see Maris
I'm
anywhere in that
right
room.
here.
Oh, my
I think
standing on you.
Maripos is on
Oh, yeah,
top
I
of
am.
you. Oh, there you go.
Maripos is standing on the
Maripos,
dwarf.
what are you doing?
But what
I
are you
just
doing?
looked down and just like, where on earth did you come from?
I'm getting
And what are you doing between my legs?
tired without Stephen to carry me. I'm trying to climb on other people.
Well, you're not doing a good job, laddie. You're in between my legs. Must be the other way round.
Apologies.
This game is taking a very dark
Cersei's
turn.
suggestion was to hold hands. Are you going to go with that or find something?
Yeah. Yeah.
Kind of like mimicking the roots that are joined, something like that.
Okay, so Cersei and Maris are holding hands. Does anybody else join in?
Cologne will stand next to Cersei or Maris or whoever the three and hold the hand, but in a very "what the hell are we doing" kind of way.
Okay, yeah, no problem.
I kind of step back and ask, as a non-organic, am I required?
Of course you are, my friend. Organic or not, the gods accept everyone.
Okay, so I step forward and I tense hands.
Okay, I am going to cast Thaumaturgy and make the earth or the floor shake. And then while doing that, I am going to call or speak with, just in general, the nature around us, and call on Melora, the goddess Melora, and seek her guidance.
Okay, cool. So everybody's holding their hands now, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you cast your thaumaturgy spell. The ground starts to shake, and as it does so, the tree that's carved into the floor projects itself upwards onto the ceiling in glorious colour. You see, first of all, the leaves of the tree fall to the floor where the roots are, before sprouting new and then becoming this massive green tree, which is the most beautiful tree that any of you have ever seen. Even D7, who's not even slightly interested in nature and isn't moved by natural things, considers this to be a thing of beauty. As that tree starts to fade, you hear a loud click near the door where Cersei is stood.
I touch the trunk of the tree and I kiss it, and I also thank the goddess Melora for letting us pass.
You get very weird looks,
So Cersei, you're stood right by that door at the moment. What would you like to
Oh, I'm gonna check. I'm gonna put my ear on it and check if I can hear anything on the other side.
Okay, make a perception roll.
It is 15.
As soon as your ear gets near the door, you hear a crack of thunder and the noise like rain pounding on the.
I relay to everyone else and I push them.
Varric lifts his weapon.
Did you say you opened the door? Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, so you open the door. At the end of the corridor is another one of these figures suspended in air, but this time lightning strikes across its body every now and again. It flashes with thunder, and from underneath it, rain pours onto the floor. Although the rain pours onto the floor where it stood, it doesn't spread anywhere. It stays directly underneath that being. It doesn't go any further.
It's a spirit, right?
It certainly is.
Because Cersei apparently speaks spirit. Can I just? Oh, it doesn't have a mouth, does it?
It's kind of humanoid in shape. It's got no obvious features.
Okay, I mean, it's not how I'm trying. I'm gonna ask if it needs anything.
There's no verbal answer that comes back from it. Instead, there's a massive crack of thunder and a lightning bolt strikes into the ground underneath it, leaving a scorch mark on the stonework.
Okay, cool enough. So the spirit's gone by now?
It's still there at the moment. It's still visible.
How much water is there? Is it within a 5-foot cube of water that's coming down?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it only fills the space that's occupied by that spirit.
Can I
By the
change
time
the
it hits the
flow?
ground, it's all but gone.
Can I make it go upwards instead of downwards with shape water?
Yeah, absolutely. So the water, rather than flowing down, flows upwards and appears to kind of land on the ceiling rather than landing on the floor, but otherwise everything else remains the same.
I'm going to really focus on that like I'm helping.
Varric thinks he did it because he puts his hand near it, but then walks past. Ooh.
I'm assuming the door in front of me is locked.
The door is actually unlocked, so if you want to open it, feel free.
Oh, I'm gonna listen again.
Okay, make a perception roll.
Oh, that's really bad. It's 10.
You don't hear anything from coming inside the room.
Okay, I push through the door.
Okay, the door opens. There is a large empty room with a torch on the northern.
Does the spirit follow us in?
No, as the last of you moves through the spirit, it fades into nothing.
Are there any markings or anything that can be seen aside from the torch?
So yeah, carved into the floor, you see a lightning bolt. And in the same way that you've seen other symbols carved into the ground, it fills the entirety of the floor. But as D7 steps into the room, the door slams shut behind him.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Where's Kaloin?
Right next to Maris.
Am I standing on you?
Yeah, I think
My God,
Maripos is
what
on
is
top
it
of me.
being
Oh,
standing
you're
on
there.
people?
Oh,
Maripos, you need
Maripos.
to calm down.
I just want someone to carry me.
Maripos, we gotta watch what you do now.
Without warning, a calamitous crack of thunder fills the room and a bolt of lightning smashes into the stone floor, lighting up the lightning bolt carved into it. I need everybody to take a dex save. We'll start with Cologne, please.
10.
Would danger sense apply to this or not?
Yep.
Would danger sense apply to this or not?
Yeah, absolutely.
So we're doing dexterity saving throw.
Yeah, dex save. What did you say, Cologne? Sorry.
10.
Okay, you don't manage to dodge the lightning bolt. You take 1d12 lightning damage.
Okay, what do I get?
You take 2.
Okay.
Maris, you will make this save with disadvantage because you're wearing a lot of armor.
That's alright, that's fine.
Barrett got 19.
Let's go on, coming down the line. Varric, you're next.
Oh, sorry.
My lowest is 9.
Okay, you also don't manage to dodge the lightning bolt. You take 7 points of lightning damage. Varric, you say your lowest was 9?
Yes.
Yeah, so you see the lightning bolt come and you manage to sidestep it at the last moment. D7.
15.
Unfortunately, you don't manage to dodge it. You take 2 points of lightning damage. And Cersei,
I got 10.
you also don't manage to dodge it. You take 12 points of lightning damage.
Jeez.
Ooh.
Ooh, that's harsh.
The storm continues to rage. I need you all to make another round of deck saves. Cologne?
Right. Do that again because that completely missed the table. That will be 23.
That's definitely a pass. You saw that coming a mile off.
Yep.
Maris, don't forget your disadvantage.
Yep. My 7.
You take 7 points of lightning damage. Varric,
19 again.
again, it's a pass. You see it coming a mile off. D7.
So it's miles away there. I've got an unnatural 20.
Okay, yeah, you see the lightning bolt coming. You sidestep it. Maripos?
Just so you know, you missed me on the last one, but I got 19 last time.
Oh,
But
sorry.
9 this time.
So you passed it last time and failed it this time. You take 4 points of lightning damage.
Cool. Cool.
And Cersei.
I have a 13.
So 13. You take 9 points of lightning damage.
And you see that shadows come up from her sleeves, and she just falls to the ground unconscious.
Wait, what? Sorry?
Says he's unconscious.
Oh, God.
Oh god, I rush
You're standing
over
right
to
next
her.
to me, aren't you?
Sorry?
Are you standing right next to me? Because if you are, I'll just pick you up.
I am, yeah.
Right, I pick her up.
I go over to Cersei and I cast Spare the Dying.
Does it stabilize me? Yeah.
Yeah, it stabilizes you.
Okay.
Stabilize you 0 hit points.
Still 0. Yeah.
Can I go into my bag and I would like to pull out the potion of healing I bought and feed it to her?
Okay, that's absolutely fine. Potion of things 2d4 plus 2, is it? Or 4? Can't remember.
Plus
4 plus 2. You get 8 hit points.
Thank you. She comes back alive.
I will now cross that off my thingy.
That's excellent. The storm is still raging low, so Cologne, I need you to make one final dex save.
Another 10.
So you take 6 points of lightning damage.
No, I don't.
Oh.
Oh.
Because I just used my Goliath ability to absorb it.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Awesome.
So I rolled a 12 and I got a 9, so I absorbed all the damage.
Okay, cool. Can you make a Constitution save?
Constitution save.
Yeah.
9.
Okay, so you absorb that lightning energy,
Yep.
and then the other lightning energy seems to follow the same path, and you continue to absorb all of the lightning bolts. It actually powers you up rather than you taking any damage, and grants you 11 temporary hit points.
That'll
You
do.
manage to absorb. Sorry.
11, you said?
Yeah, you get 11 temporary hit points. You absorb the power of the storm, and then drawing on all of your years of training, manage to suppress it and turn it into those 11 temporary hit points.
Nice.
The storm eases, and there is a click in the door next to where Varric is stood,
Mm-hmm.
signaling that door is now unlocked.
I'm going to carry on carrying Cersei, and as I look down at her, waiting for her to wake up, I go, Sissy! And shake her a little bit. Sissy!
Cersei kind of her eyes flare open, and you see black at first, but then it goes down back to her golden sclera color. And she looks up to Varric, and Varric, you feel that her tail wraps around your waist for support.
Oh.
Varric kind of looks at you, smiling that you've now actually woken up, and goes, Varric, carry, short while, and then steps away from the door, holding you up. As in, he's physically holding you.
I'm going to walk up to the door and check to see if I can hear anything.
Okay, yeah, make a perception check.
Where is my perception? 17.
Okay, listen to the door. You don't hear very much. You think you hear the sound of pages turning in a book.
Okay. I'll slowly open the door then.
Okay, the door opens. Ahead of you, you can see the corridor, which turns to the right.
Okay.
So before we go in, I am going to cast Cure Wounds at 2nd level on myself.
Yeah, okay.
2d8, 5, 7 plus 4, 11.
Varric will keep carrying you, and will go near the back of the line so that everybody can go in front. He's going to make sure you're okay.
Thank you.
He's a big giant, soft giant. Cologne, go in front.
On it. If I can. There you go.
So, just making sure everyone's there. I listen at the door again.
Okay, yeah, make another perception check.
That is a 7.
You don't hear anything other than the sound of the pages turning, which is just slightly louder than it was.
Okay, I'll again slowly open the door.
Okay. So lining the walls of this L-shaped room are bookcases rammed full of books. Etched into the ceiling is a large eye motif, which seems to be staring straight at you.
Yeah, that's not terrifying in the slightest.
No, not at all.
Okay, oh, you're not all quiet in the room just.
Both Stuart and Cersei are AFK at the moment, so it might be worth just moving them into the room yourself.
Yeah, thanks, Alan. I didn't see that.
They've just both dropped it into the chat.
There we go. So, as you enter the room, the door slams shut behind you. And that's it at the moment.
I'm back.
All I've done to do is just moved you into the room, into the top right-hand corner.
Oh, yeah, I see. That's cool.
As you start sort of having a look around the room, trying to figure out what's what, without warning, one of the books flies off the shelf, making a direct beeline straight.
Oh, right, okay.
So I don't know if that came through. Maripos, can you make a deck save?
Oh, sorry, no, it didn't.
That's all right.
2 seconds. That's a 4.
So the book slams into you, taking you unaware, and you take 6 points of bludgeoning damage.
Oh god, but the book does take 10 cold damage in return.
It falls to the floor, frozen in place.
I just kick it.
Knowledge.
Actually, I take out my book and I just hit it with my book, as if my book is better.
There's no reaction from the book. It does just lay motionless.
Well,
Is there like...
They do
Sorry,
say
go
the
on.
pen is mightier than the sword.
Sorry, was there a question from Maris there?
yeah, I was going to say, is there... Could I inspect the book and see like if it's a specific title or anything?
Yeah, you can have a look at it. Absolutely. You pick it up and turn it over, and the book is entitled "Keys of the Allhaven."
Key of the Allhaven.
Before you have a chance to really think about it any further, another book flies off the shelf. This time heading directly towards D7. D7 can make a deck save for me.
Oh, only 7.
Again, taking you unaware, you take 6 points of bludgeoning damage from this flying book. It smashes into you and then falls down on the floor.
I bend down and I pick it up. Who is this Wally they seek, and why is it?
Apart from flying books, are they all coming from the same bookcase, or are they coming from different ones?
So far, they've both come from the bookcase on the western wall, which is this one over here.
Right.
If using danger sense, if any of the books fly towards me, I'll turn around and allow it to hit me in the back so it doesn't hit Cersei.
Yeah, okay, no problem.
I'm going to move forward to that bookcase. Am I attacked by any flying books?
Not at the moment, no.
Can I move the bookcase in any way?
You can make an athletics check and see if you can do it.
Right. $20, not natural.
Yeah, how do you move the bookcase? Where do you want to move it to?
Well, there is no other door in this room, is there? Or am I being stupid?
There is a door down on the lower western wall, just there. If you can see that red circle.
Can I move it away from the wall so that it's basically up against the bookcase above me? So if any books come flying out of it, they'll hit the other one.
You can. Maris will have to move out of the way, though, otherwise she's going to get squashed by a bookcase.
Yeah, that's fine.
So I will do that. I'll move the bookcase I'm currently in front of 90 degrees, so it's facing upwards.
Is that what you meant?
Other way around, so it's facing towards the other bookcase.
Oh, I see. I'm with you.
So that if any books come flying out of it, they're going to hit another bookcase.
Nice.
Fair.
There you go, more like that.
Yeah.
Excellent. With that, a book flies off from the bookcase behind you and smacks you in the back. Make a dex save.
Right, okay. Hang on. 16.
Yeah,
No, sorry.
No?
Yeah, 20. Not natural, sorry.
Oh, even better. Yeah, you managed to sidestep the book. You knock it out of the air and it again falls to the floor. Make a quick perception roll for me.
Okay, before I do that, was that a ranged attack?
Not really, no.
Because I was going to do some cool monk stuff and catch the book in my hand.
Unfortunately, not a ranged attack, no.
You can't even catch a snowball, so what chance did you have against the book?
I didn't get a chance to catch a snowball. You rolled a natural 20.
You can always pretend it was a ranged attack and do it anyway.
That's up to the DM, but what was it? Perception?
Yep.
14.
So looking at the book that's fallen onto the floor, you notice this book is entitled Locks and Mechanisms and is written by the Gnomish Inventors Guild.
Okay, I'm going to pick up the book and start reading it.
Okay. What languages can you speak?
Common and Giant.
Yes, a language you can't understand, unfortunately.
Okay, then. I'm going to hold up the book and say, can anyone here speak Gnome?
Oh, no.
Okay.
That sounds like a resounding no.
Yeah, I'm going to drop the book because it's useless to us.
Does anyone here know comprehend languages?
I can barely comprehend my own language.
I can punch things.
I speak Draconic.
I can speak Common, kind of, Elvish and Giant.
I have Common, Druidic, Infernal, and Primordial.
Good choice.
I speak I speak Common, Dwarvish, Elvish, or Primordial.
The bookshelf I moved, is it still firing books out? As in vibrating when books fly out or anything like that?
No, you've not noticed any movement come from that bookshelf whatsoever.
Okay.
Can I just look at the book that D7 is still holding?
Yeah, you certainly can. So it is a leather-bound book, and it is called Arcane Seals.
Yeah, I thought that as well.
Sorry.
As long as you don't start singing "Kiss from a Rose," it's fine.
No.
So we've got the key. So we've got 3 books. We've got the Key to All Havens, Arcane Seals, and
The Gnomish Guide to Picking Locks.
so assuming we're going to have to put them in some form of order.
Maripose,
Yes.
does that door you are standing in front of have a lock mechanism at all?
I don't know. I'll have a look. Yeah, does the door have a lock?
Yeah, it absolutely does. It's a bit of a strange lock, though. There's almost like a letterbox on the door.
Oh!
Maybe hand me one
Well,
of
that's
these
off.
books.
You had an idea.
I think she's just opened that Arcane Seals book.
Good. I like it.
I think I got it. And with that, I grab all the books. I go over to the door with the slot, and I put in the Book of Gnomish Locks in first.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Then
There's
I
only enough room for one book at a time, so you slide the book in. And do you want to leave yourself up to the door, and then Maripos can just take a sidestep one way or another?
yeah.
Actually, I'll go away from the bookcase because I don't trust them.
Okay, so you slide. Which one is it you're putting in first? The one.
The one with the one of Gnomish Locks.
Okay, so as you insert it, the book seems to disappear. And from out of nowhere behind you, another book launches from the bookcase and smacks you in the back. Can you make a dexterity save at disadvantage, please?
Ah,
This room is giving us book
5.
Okay, you take 4 points of bludgeoning damage from the flying book, which lands on the floor at your feet, and is a book which is written in Elvish, which you can't understand.
Yes, I can.
Oh, sorry, you can speak Elvish.
I can speak Elvish.
Nice.
Ah, well, in that case, it is Elven Locks and Traps by Lady Oladan.
Okay.
Barrick probably wouldn't have any single clue about any of the gods here because he's based on ancestors. But is there a god of knowledge who is called Lady or whatever that it could be responding to?
Maris, you would be able to recall that the god of knowledge is called Iron.
There is a god called Iron. They are Lord of Knowledge.
What books have we got again?
So we've got the Key to All Havens. We've got the Book of Arcane Seals. And I've just had the Book of Elvish Locks just whack me in the head.
So they're all to do with locks. It's like sealing, aren't they?
Is there like a DDC on the books?
Ah, yes, let's get the librarian involved.
Sorry.
This is Cersei's puzzle to a T.
Is there a DDC on the books?
There are no reference numbers or anything other than the titles written on them.
What kind of library is this?
Undone by a librarian.
As tempting as it was to give them all ISBN numbers.
Are any of them overdue?
Yes,
They all look like they've been here a very long time.
this is a place of finds and nothing else.
Well, I was just thinking, there's a theme of like opening and locking sealing. So I figured if we put them in a certain sequence, it would unlock the door. But apparently,
Lost book putting it in that slot, haven't you?
What are the names of the books?
We have the Key to All Havens. The Gnomish one is gone. We have the Arcane Seals. And this one is the Elvish Locks, something like that.
Maybe
As we
try
do
the
not-
Arcane Seals one first.
But as we do not know the manufacturers of this door, we cannot say whether they are elven or magical. But we do know we are in the All Havens. Perhaps the All Haven keys is the appropriate choice.
See, that's what Nathan's thinking, but Varric won't think that. So I'm trying to be quiet.
That's very logical.
I mean,
You
yeah,
have a
that's
point
good.
of inspiration for good role playing there, Nathan.
Way. Okay.
Just
So
putting that book in the slot then.
I'll do it.
Show the key.
I'm already. Okay, so it's Key of All Havens, yeah?
The key to the All Havens goes
Yeah.
in. Again, it slowly disappears. And this time there's a little bit more of a wait. But another book flies off the bookcase behind you. Make another dexterity save with this.
11.
Okay, you take 5 points of bludgeoning damage from that book.
When
This
the
book
books-
that's fallen at your feet is called Celestial Locks and How to Undo.
What the hell?
Quickly read that book.
I'm just going to move to the side and I'm going to cast Cure Wounds on myself because I'm literally down to 1 HP.
Ouch!
Seeing Maris do this, I'm going to walk over to him and just hand him my health potion.
Oh, thank you.
How many of us actually bought health potions?
So far, 2 of us.
When the books fly off the shelf, does it leave us a gap?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a hole left in the bookcase where that book has come from.
What's our health potion stat, by the way? Sorry.
2d4 plus 2, I think.
2d4.
Yeah, 2d4 plus 2, I think, if it's standard
Yeah,
online.
that's right.
That's awesome.
Can I just check from the shelf that the book just flew out from? What kind of books are there in that particular shelf or tier?
Yeah, make a perception check.
Okay. That is a 17.
So you notice there are all kinds of books on the shelves covering everything from the 8 ruling cities to the legend of King Bowsen, to the Vault of Forbidden Knowledge. There are all kinds of different things on this bookshelf. And what really stands out to you is where there is a hole where every book has flown from, there sits a brass key.
God bless. Yes.
I love it.
This librarian.
I hate this so much. I thought it would be
Loving it.
so cool.
Yeah, so I tell everybody, and well, can start taking keys. There are brass keys.
You're going to grab some keys and try them in the door?
But I can't think of anything else to do, so...
Well, my hands are currently occupied, so not me.
I shall grab.
Did you want to grab one?
Whilst everyone's deliberating, D7 just grabs and marches over to the door.
And do you put the key in the lock and unlock the door?
I put the key in the lock, but before turning it, I face away from the door, my sword, and face the bookcase. behind me.
Fair enough. Yeah.
And then I turn the key.
The key turns freely, and you hear a click as the door unlocks. No books fly off the bookcase whatsoever, and you assume the door is now open.
I think Maris is a bit annoyed now.
Why didn't you try that, Maris?
Okay, before opening it, I'm
so angry.
16.
Is that perception for the door?
Yes, yeah.
You don't hear anything, but there is a distinct smell of oil.
Ooh.
I can smell oil from behind this door. Any thoughts as to what it could be?
Maris, is there a god of oil?
Varric turns and is sleepy.
Maris, you can recall there is no such god as the god of oil, but you do remember that there is a god whose symbol is a gear, which is the god Erithus, who's the god of invention and building. You could just relay that to the group rather than repeat it all if you want.
You're an idiot. There
Yeah.
ain't no such thing as a god of oil. Although it could be. There is a god of engineering and building. So it might be him.
And does the lubricant oil they use flammable?
Well, traditionally, yes.
Then may I suggest we avoid using torches in the chamber?
Darkness.
That's a very good point. However, I will be blind and therefore very ineffectual in a fight.
Maris, are you still glowing?
I believe I am.
You may have completely eradicated the need for a torch then.
In that case, I will put out the torch.
So I'm now going to open the door.
I was just thinking, I'm pretty sure I'm still a very bright light.
You are still set as a very bright light on the roll 20, so I hope you are.
Mr.
You
DM,
see the corridor go in and turn to the right, and then it immediately turns to the left, where you find another door like you've seen before, set in stone with a golden.
Knowing that the danger is past with these flying books, I will now put Cersei down.
Thank you, Varric. So she uses her tail, she pets his cheek, and they begin walking down towards the door.
He grins widely and goes, "Friend."
Friend indeed.
Aww.
I like it. People are orange.
Okay, Maris, you're still at this next door. What would you like to do?
Same thing I do every day, DM. Press my ear to the door and have a listen.
Try to take over the world.
I desperately want to do my Pinky impression now.
Pinky and the brain.
What are we going to do that, Brian? See me doing you every night, Pinky. Try to take over the world.
Pinky and the brain. Pinky and... Sorry.
That was a 15?
15. So again, you don't hear anything, but you can confirm what D7 said previously. The smell of oil is almost overwhelming. Being that you're a dwarf and you're used to working around smiths and metal forgers, you can almost taste the metal in the air.
Tastes like iron. A good metal to be working with. And with that, I just open the door.
How many gods are there in Allhaven?
12.
Did we get told? I can't remember.
13. There are 13 gods.
Oh, 13.
14 if Leofer actually has his way. But this small circular room smells of oil and metal, and stood in the centre of the room is what appears to be a large bronze statue. The statue is in the shape of a muscular man who stood holding a large hammer. Upon closer inspection, you realise the statue appears to be articulated. Through the cracks, you can make out cogs and pistons. This would appear to be some kind of mechanical structure.
Right, okay.
So who's gone in the room so far? Maripos and Maris, you both?
And D7.
Oh yeah, D7 as well.
I have made my way up to there.
I jokingly elbow D7 is like, hey, is this a relation of yours, pal? Hey.
I look at Maris and slowly responds, is that meant to be humour?
I'd look very stupid, like, I'm sorry. I jammed.
I see why you would say that, but no.
I didn't mean to.
Nathan, I can see you just come back. I've just sort of tucked you in around the side of the room. I'm not sure how much you heard.
I didn't hear any of it.
Okay, I'll reread the description to the room then. So this small circular room smells of oil and metal. Stood in the centre of the room is what appears to be a large bronze statue. The statue is in the shape of a muscular man who stood holding a large hammer. Upon closer inspection, you realise the statue appears to be articulated. Through the cracks, you can make out cogs and pistons. This would appear to be some kind of mechanical structure.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
I would imagine we need somehow to activate this mechanized man in order to unlock.
I'm going to walk up to it and cast Shocking Grasp.
The second you cast that spell, the door slams closed behind you.
Oh shit.
Pistons start whirring and steam starts flying out of this contraption. I need everybody to roll initiative.
TPK.
Oh,
TPK.
God damn it!
Ooh, I like this dice.
No. Natural one.
Anyone get over 20?
Yes.
Who was that? Was that Varric?
Yeah.
True.
I rolled a natural 20, so 21.
21.
Sorry,
Anybody else above 20?
Nope.
Okay, 15 to 20.
I've got 16.
I got 19.
There's Maripos of 19 and D7. Was that 16, did you say?
Yes.
Yeah. Anyone else 15 to 20? Okay, 10 to 15?
12.
12 for Cologne. Anybody else? 5 to 10?
Message from the dark side there is.
Yoda, apparently.
0 to 5.
A strong 2.
A strong 2 as well.
A 2 for Cersei, 2 for Maris. What did that one get? Okay, so Varric, you have the initiative. What would you like to do?
What is this statue doing?
At the moment, it seems to be powering up somehow. So there's lots of whirring, there's lots of steam. You can see cogs and pistons moving in joints. But what stands out to you the most is this glowing blue energy, which seems to emanate from
From its
its head. Sorry.
From the hammer?
No, from the head.
From the head, okay.
Yeah, you got it.
Sorry, where is it on the map?
Yeah, I can't see it either.
It's right slap bang in the centre of the room.
Oh, okay.
Be like here.
Like there. Can you not?
No.
No, I can see all of us, but I cannot see an enemy.
No.
Well, to be fair, it's probably a good thing you can't see an enemy, because we're trying to find an enemy.
Oh, I like it.
See an enemy.
This boy would
You
know.
can see an enemy.
As long as it's not an enema.
That's a completely different game.
All right.
Although there is a lot of oil in here, we don't know how much
Oh,
comes from D7.
No.
Guys, come on, that's supposed to be for later.
Right.
Can you guys see it now?
You all know the importance of lubrication.
Oh god, this game's devolving.
Oh no!
No, I can't see anything other than a red line.
Yeah, I can
Yeah,
see the line, and that's it.
Yeah, I can only see a red line.
Yeah.
I can see no enemy.
And then
This is Varric. He doesn't see anything he can kill.
I have a
An enemy.
I have a theory that if you walk into a room full of people and just go mana mana, at least 2 people go do.
Well, clearly.
Yeah.
guys, guess what we're doing when we all meet up in July?
Mana. I love it. I love you guys already, and I barely know any of you, other than Stuart, unfortunately.
Ah, what do you mean?
Wow!
I'm blooming awesome.
You're an elephant?
Not awesome.
Oh, that's not what you said.
Elephants are awesome too, though. Don't be
That's
dissing on
true.
elephants.
That's true.
Well, yeah, I won't say any more.
Yeah, let's not be dissing on the elephants now.
Well,
They are mid-
technically, it's my turn of initiative, but I don't know what to do because I can't see what I'm supposed to be hitting.
No, bear with me, guys. I'm fixing it. I'm fixing it. Can you see it now?
No, I can see the bio for it.
Erathian Golem?
Yeah, something's just popped up, but
Yeah, I got a window popped up, but no.
No, that's not.
No.
I mean, we can see the stats for it, which is handy.
I can't just see a broken picture.
Yeah.
I just see a white page of emptiness. Like my soul.
Oh, don't say that. We all love you.
Aww.
Well, Varric loves all of you. Oh, I see a blue line. Oh, it's.
I see him.
I see it.
He's right there!
That'll do. We'll use
No!
This is brilliant. This is.
Oh my god, we're going to be killed by a stick man.
Oh, Jesus!
It's
It's
a blue.
okay, guys. He doesn't have any weapons.
You're missing the point. He is the weapon.
Right, Mr. DM, I have a question based on what I'm going to do during my initiative.
Okay.
As I am a powerful build, I obviously I count as one size larger when determining blah 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 blah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to rage at the moment because if I do, I'd be screwed if we have to fight something right at the end. So I'm going to walk up, mosey on up to this statue, whatever it is, and
Wait, who's just got a penis on it?
it's a sword, you rude woman.
I was going to say, if a penis looks like that, somebody needs to see a doctor.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I'm going to do my best to try and restrain it.
Okay.
As in, I'm going to give it the biggest bear hug and make sure none of its limbs move.
Okay. Give me an athletics check.
May I have advantage?
You may not. It is enormous.
Oh my!
Cuddle that
All right.
statue, cuddle it.
If I was raging on being ah! Athletics.
Yep.
That'd be a 21. I rolled a 17. No, 22. I can't count.
Okay. You manage to hold it in place and it tries to struggle against you. But as it does, you can feel and hear all the gears and pistons whirring and give it everything it possibly can to try and break free of your grasp, but it can't quite manage it.
Well, I'm just going to keep
use up yeah, it's going to use up your turn to keep it restrained.
Yeah, that's fine.
Which means Maripos' turn. And just before Maripos does go, that blue glow that's in its head starts to burn even more brightly as you feel the energy start to ramp up.
Alright, well, I'm still going to hold it. I use restraining this bugger.
Yeah, that's cool. Maripos, what do you want to do?
I'm really sorry for this, Varric, but I had already called that I was going to do this, so I'm going to cast Shocking Grasp on it,
Come on, Bummy.
because I already had it powered up. Yeah, so I cast Shocking Grasp, which I believe
Yeah, it's
melee
like a melee
spell
attack against the target, yeah.
Did you
And
get
you can have
advantage?
advantage, yeah, because he's made of metal.
Awesome. It's a 13.
What's your AC, Varric?
Mine, 13.
So you deal 1d8 lightning damage to the statue and 1d8 lightning damage to Varric.
Okay, so you take 4 damage each,
Okay.
and neither of you can take reactions until the start of your next turn.
Yeah, that's cool, no problem. Anything else in Maribos?
Don't think there is. I am going to move away from it though, because it can't take a reaction.
Yeah, no problem. D7.
I turn to Maris and shout, "What would appease your god of engineering?"
What's going on with D7's voice?
D7, are you okay there, mate?
What would appease your god of engineering?
The golem doesn't, the statue doesn't appear to understand or recognise anything that you're saying.
In which case, I'm going to move in, and he hasn't been yet. So can I do a assassinate?
Do what? Sorry.
Assassinate, because he hasn't been yet. So I can. I've got advantage, so it's an automatic crit hit if I hit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ooh.
Got it.
So I've got 15.
It's a hit.
So it's an automatic crit then.
Have I been taking more damage?
22.
Sorry, my other half came in.
No more damage at the moment, not since the shock and grasp. How many
Well,
points of damage, sorry?
22.
Lovely, thank you for that.
And then
Anything
I
else
shall
to D7?
disengage.
Yeah, no problem at all. The statue again tries to power out of the grip that Varric has got it in, but it can't quite manage it. Again, that blue energy in his head is burning even more brightly, to the point now where it's nearly white rather than blue. Cool.
My turn.
Certainly is.
How tall is this thing again?
It's about 10 foot tall.
10 foot tall. I'm 7'6". So its head would be about 9 foot.
Yeah, roughly.
Right. In that case, I'm going to headbutt it.
Okay.
21. Does that hit?
It certainly does hit.
That's 6 points of bludgeoning damage on the head.
Yeah.
And then because I can, when using unarmed or using monk weapons, you can make an unarmed attack as a bonus action after a normal attack action.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I'm going to headbutt it again.
Go for it.
That will be 22 to hit.
Also hits.
And that's another 4 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay, so after the second headbutt, you notice that this bright blue energy seems to have shifted backwards in its head a little bit, and is now kind of glowing out the back of its head as well as out the front of it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to stay where I am. Yeah, I'm going to stay where I am.
Okay, Maris and Cersei, you both roll a 2. Which one of you wants to go first?
I think, Maris, you have better dexterity, so I think you go first.
What was that, sorry?
I think
You
have
both
higher-
got a 2 on your initiative, so whichever one of you wants to go first can go.
You go first. I think you have a better dexterity than I.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay. I am going to cast Sacred Flame. So he has to roll a dex. But I'm guessing it's going to be a disadvantage because he's still grappled.
Because of his pure size and the room that he's in, it's going to be an auto fail.
Okay. Gosh, I'm not having much luck with this Sacred Flame, am I?
Yeah, I don't want a meta game, but Toll the Dead's better.
Yeah, it's true.
Right, Graves Cleric.
In that case, I'm going to take my shield out and raise it in front of me, just in case
So
anything.
don't forget as well, Varric is currently giving this massive statue a big old cuddle. So he may take some damage from this.
Right, okay.
Varric is more in the mood to protect everybody. That's why he's holding him.
In that case, then, I'm going to cast. Right, before I do anything else, I'm going to squeeze the top of my mace enough to the point where I start to bleed, and then I will cast Bane on the giant.
Ooh.
Nice.
So that means it's got to make a charisma saving throw.
Yep.
And if it fails, it must take a d4 and subtract it from any attack or saving throws.
Absolutely, yeah, okay. So we'll go for the charisma save. Yeah, that's a fact.
Yeah, so now if he makes an attack roll, he has to do a d4.
Yeah, no problem.
And yeah, then for the rest of... Sorry?
I was going to ask if there's any bonus action or anything.
No, I was just going to raise my shield up. Just in case there is an attack coming.
Okay, yeah, no problem. Cersei?
How far is it?
It's 10 feet away from you from where you're stood at the moment. It's
So
directly in
when-
the center of the room.
When he awakened, would you say that he came into my melee range?
Yeah, it's fairly chunky, so yeah, you can hit it from where you're.
Okay, so I am gonna use a Halo of Spores as a reaction. You can use your reaction to deal 1d4 necrotic damage to one creature you see when it moves into a space of 10 feet of you, or starts its turn from there. And he has to make a con save of d12.
Sorry, you're quite quiet there. I need to make a con save, was that?
Yeah, con save of DC 12.
Natural 20.
Ooh.
Whoa!
Holy shit!
Well, the DM is allowed to roll then.
Not too
No,
often, mate.
No, not
You're
true.
glad to have natural 20s.
So that's fine. That's a reaction. It's okay. I am gonna move. I guess I'm just gonna. I can't hit it from where I am. I'm gonna move next to Barrett. Oh wait, he's grappling this guy. Okay, I'm just gonna move there, and I'm gonna attack it with my scimitar.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
1d6 plus 1 slashing damage. That is 6 points of damage. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, sorry. I have to roll first. Okay.
You can make the attack with advantage because Varric is currently holding it still.
Okay, sure. Natural 18. 18 plus what I add? Proficiency and my 3, so 18.
Yeah, that's going to be a hit.
Yeah. Okay, so it's 1d6. 1. That is 7 points of damage.
7 points damage, okay.
Yeah, slashing damage.
Slashing damage, yeah. Okay, brilliant. Is that everything for Cersei?
You know what? I'm gonna burn a wild shape to use my symbiotic entity, and that just means that I get to double damage for the dice for my hail of spores.
Nice.
Cool. Nice, very nice.
Sweet.
It's my
Okay.
hail of oh no, sorry, not hail of spores. I missed that attack. So I will use so I am burning the wild shape to get a additional poison damage when you hit with a melee weapon attack.
Also very cool. Nice.
This extra 1d6 for me.
Yep.
That's a 3. So it was what was my initial roll? Oh no.
I've got a running total going, so I've just added 3 onto the running total.
It was 7 and 3, I think. So 10 altogether.
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly what I've got. Brilliant.
Yep.
So back to the top of the round, Varric, we're back to you. Do you want to try and maintain your bear hug?
I am indeed.
Let's have another athletics check.
No, I don't rage. Do I want to use my inspiration? No. Come on, dice, don't screw me over. Ooh. Okay. A non-natural 20.
Yeah, that's still good. You're still holding in place. That blue energy, that blue light is still sort of slipping backwards out of the helmet. But that will be it for your turn. So Maripos.
Maripos is going to step up, and his mouth starts to like turn into more of like a maw, like a shark's maw. Gets like loads of shark teeth. Just bites into this thing.
Yeah, cool.
That is a 13 to hit.
Unfortunately, not quite high enough. You bite into this metal, and it doesn't even puncture through the outer layer.
Just biting into it then. That is an action. I'm not going to do anything else. I'm just going to stay with my teeth in this thing, though.
Oh, yeah, no problem. D7?
Just to clarify, this is a new turn for me, so I can do sneak attack again.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to aim an arrow at this at his head where this light seems to be glowing.
Yeah, cool. You make the attack roll. Make it with advantage, though, because Varric is holding him still.
Sorry, did you say disadvantage or advantage?
With advantage, because Varric is holding him still.
Okay. That's a crit hit. That's a natural 20.
Nice.
Very nice. Yeah, absolutely.
So it's 24.
Very nice. Okay, so the arrow, is it a short bow you've got or a crossbow?
On my sheet here, it's a short bow.
Short bow. So you loose the arrow, it flies into the back of his helmet, finding his target just in between 2 of the armor plates, smashes into the blue light, which immediately burns with the brightest energy. Varric, you immediately feel all of the strain and all of the power that this creature or this construct has given out just stop. And you feel the dead weight of this statue fall in your arms. There's a massive hiss, loads of steam pours out of the side of it, and it powers down, beaten.
Yay!
Woo! Excellent.
I listen at the door.
And you hear the click.
Nice. Gonna do a perception check. Can I hear anything on the other side of the door?
Let's see what you get.
It's a 16.
You don't hear anything clearly, but you think you hear the crackle of a log fire.
Sounds inviting. I'm gonna go in.
Should we take a short rest?
Ooh,
I would like a short rest.
that might be a good idea, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, because
Right.
Unfortunately for me, I need a long rest to get my rages back. Because I've only got one.
Yeah, but
If you guys want a short rest, this is a good room to do it in. You know you're clear. There's nothing that can sneak up on you. So have your bonuses for a short rest, and then we'll come.
This is
Mr.
probably like a
DM.
stupid question, and I'm sorry for this. But how many spell slots do I gain back on a short rest?
I don't think you gain any.
I'll have to look.
No, I
Hang
don't
on,
think you do.
I don't think.
The only person who can is wizards.
Yeah, clerics
And,
don't get any back on
warlocks.
short rest.
Oh yeah, and warlock. Sorry.
Yeah.
Because you've basically got to pray for your spells, basically.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I've never played a cleric, so I wasn't sure like how spell recovery works, but
Basically, you pray for your spells every morning. So, or at the end of the 8-hour period, you basically say to your god, "Can I have some spells, please?" And that's when you get them. So,
yeah, thank you.
unfortunately, you don't get them back on a short rest.
You do get more control over which ones you get.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, are we going for a short rest or a long rest? Bearing in mind, we've already been told that time doesn't move in the normal
You
way.
have been told time doesn't flow in the same way in this temple. However, given that it is the middle of a temple, you won't be able to long rest. It is effectively a dungeon.
Right, okay.
I could
So
stay
short
on
rest
watch
is
the
fine.
entire time if everyone wanted to, but it's unlikely that we wouldn't be disturbed at some point.
As much as I want my rages back, I've still got one, so I'm fine. And at the moment, I haven't actually needed it.
So we're going for a short rest.
Yeah.
Yeah, sounds better.
Cool.
I'm just going to let you guys regenerate your hit points of your hit dice and spell slots if you can. I'll be back in 2.
Just before you shoot off, Mr. DM.
Yep.
Those temporary hit points, if I have a short rest, do they disappear or do I still have them?
No, you can keep them.
Cool.
Not gonna lie, I'm actually loving this campaign, this group, and Varric.
Yeah, I think Varric's quality character. I think you should definitely consider him for the campaign.
Well, the more I play him, the more I want to, and I'm hoping that his limited common isn't actually annoying.
No, I think
No, it's absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
I think your idea as well of having him get smarter as time goes on really works.
My what,
Who's
sorry?
actually involved in
The
month?
idea you had about him getting smarter as time goes on, or like learning words as time goes on.
Well, it seems
who's
silly just
actually
keeping him as a one-word monkey. He would get smarter eventually. It takes a while. I mean, using his head to bang open a door and then eventually learning to listen at the door. That was a growth.
So who's involved in your month campaign then?
Who is in it?
I can have a look and say, oh, well, no, I am.
Andy, you're in it, aren't you?
Oh, yeah. If you talk, sorry, when he said yours, I thought he was talking about one that you're running rather than
No, the charity one.
Yeah, the charity one. I'm in it. Yeah.
Andy, Ruben, Chris, David, me, and Neil.
Ah, okay. Are you all playing the same characters you're on now, or are you playing different ones?
I'm different.
Oh, okay.
I'm actually tempted to say the same.
I'm going to be a feral tiefling blood hunter.
Oh, nice.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah, because he added the Mercer stuff in, didn't he?
Yeah, I did because 2 different people asked if they could play as one of Matt Mercer's player character classes. So,
a wild DM appears.
Yeah.
Boom. Are you all rested?
Yeah.
I think so.
I'm just gonna say at the end of the rest, just at the top of it, I'm going to go to Varric and point at his little pebble pouch, and I'm gonna say pebble. Can I have some pebble?
Sorry, I missed the ending of that because you're really quiet.
Sorry. Yeah, so right at the end, I'm just gonna ask if I can get some pebbles, Varric.
Ooh. He looks at you a bit confused, as in, want my what? And then he kind of pulls the bag out with all the pebbles in, and he opens it and shows you. But if you go to put your hand in, he kind of closes it, and he's like, ancestral, family.
Family. Okay.
Aww.
In any case, Cersei takes she wraps her hand around the bag itself, and she casts magic stone. So 3 of the stones are now imbued with magic.
Okay.
Ooh. He kind of opens it and looks in and sees some of them glowing. He's like,
Yeah.
and
So
just looks at you and then gives you a big hug.
The ones that are imbued with magic are slightly moss colored, so you can kind of tell which ones are magically imbued now.
Ah, thank you. He gives you a big hug.
Oh, thank you.
One of those big hugs in which, if he stood upright, your feet will be dangling in midair.
That's fine, Varric. You may put me down.
Thank you. I see D7's found the echo again.
So he's fallen down a well.
No.
How?
A wild well appears.
No, he's put the golem's head on.
So we literally took. We literally turned our back for 5 minutes.
Yeah. I must ask a question for the DM and, to be honest, the rest of the group. It is 11:25.
Yeah, I was about to ask the same question. I'm probably going to have to go about midnight.
Well, my other half and my flatmate have actually gone to bed, and as my flatmate is directly above me at this point in.
Yeah. That's fair.
Can't see the game lasting much more than half an hour at this point. But it's up to you guys what you want to do.
Work for me.
We can play on, or we can pause it, and then we can chat over Facebook tomorrow or another time to arrange to come back to finish it off. Whatever's best for everybody. Okay. Well, shall we pause the game here then? I can't do tomorrow, but obviously we've got the Facebook group. We can arrange another time to come back to it. Roll20 will sit exactly as I leave it, so we don't need to remember where anybody is or anything like that. We just need to know where you put your character sheets, and then we can come back to another.
That's good. Be with me if everyone's okay with that.
Yeah, that's fine with
Yeah,
me.
that's fine with me.
And it also means we've got another however long to play together.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Nice.
Plus, I'm pretty sure we're all getting tired, so we can just will concentrate better the next time we play.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. What I'll do is I'll review the end of the dungeon as well, and just make it a little bit trickier, just so we've got a little bit more to do rather than us just turning up for a half an hour game.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
Makes sense. Yeah.
So we'll add a bit of content into it as well. But okay, no, great. I hope you've all enjoyed it so far.
Definitely.
It's been amazing.
Good. Glad you enjoyed it.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie.